Hi. Did your Christmas go well? Yeah. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Hi there. Oh. You're fine. You're here. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. You're fine. I'm gonna go there. And so let's see. It's the next. Okay. All right. Well, she hit it on the edge because she's on call. So she jumps and runs. I put her call home. Okay. Double check.
That's it. And your situation.
Are you fixing to leave or something? You're so.
Yeah. Michael.
Now that all that.
Was actually taking No, I wear
It's gonna be follow up. We were talking about it. I'd love to have Chloe Lane. But we didn't want to identify.
I was so excited. You took off. Yeah, until I got the bill, But I really thought it was.
It was about the name. But if you didn't know. I thought you said that you would talk to it. I may be confusing this with something else. So. Yeah, I might be confused. I think what was talking about somebody else. The gentleman, maybe in his 80s, he was still violent. And
Christine.
kind of a bad.
Christine. These are in the basket.
No, these come to me. If you're signing up to speak in public, I need the forms up here.
I printed it out. Only 3 or 4 that I'm and I've got it solved out. Yeah.
Wasn't really enjoying that. I wanted to bring it to school. Well, I think we went for it, Christmas. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant. I thought.
No, it came here.
I got you. Yeah.
I left that to come here.
Yeah, yeah.
You did? Probably not, yeah.
Yeah.
But they can make you very, very good.
So you were missing Robert and Todd.
It would be amazing.
I printed all the baby ones.
I know, I did a large one for everybody. You didn't think nothing about
Someone had to buy some.
Just to inform everybody on the agenda, the comments are being taken after all of the business items that we're addressing. I just want to let you know, we'll be taking them at the end.
Unless maybe that's on. Oh my. I'll send get back to pre-basic.
That's dangerous.
I don't think it's dangerous. If I weighed 14 pounds, it would be dangerous. That's rocking the butt.
But they have to drill. What happens is, it's getting to the position and you're forced to drill whether you do not. So right now, there's kind of taking a back. But to pull the plug, they cost too much. That's great for production. So it's gonna be.
Has everybody signed up to speak that wants to speak? Any other speakers? Oh, we got one more.
Someone's one that said it was sleep.
Yeah, I want to move that a little bit. We'll have to use that.
Work for you. Works for you, well, I can make.
Yeah, that's for us.
Yeah.
I just wanted everybody to be able to see, just make it feel like.
Thank you.
Set you back. That's some basketball talk.
Oh, that's basketball. I couldn't quite get it.
You get a finish rock.
I didn't drain it right now, so. That's all day. A meeting with ours.
Very nice.
For my performance.
What?
She said she'd be a little bit later. It's gonna be. I'm why they haven't opened the chat parts. Usually they open it. Reading that one, and they all clear. Ever been here when they listen?
Yeah, but last time we had
Imagine having to work stuff out of God.
Yes. Right. Oh, you did?
Thank you for learning.
Oh, Blakely, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Everybody.
Sorry.
All right, we've got just about 4 minutes before we'll get started.
CSR had that for it. CSR anything.
Oh, okay, I have a form for him. I think you're interesting. There's plenty of lots out there. Are they out? Are they out?
They're all standing.
Well.
Other than Chris, I've got transport. But can you get the other form? I don't have any. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the first meeting of the Development Commission. The Development Commission was originally set up in 2000, and then in 2018, it just kind of went away. So we are resurrecting it under the authority of Local Government Code 231, Subchapter K. We do need to get our members sworn in and appointed. However, the judge just got off the bench, so he's running a little late. So I think we'll just go in, Blakely, if it's okay, and start with you on 231 sub K.
Sure. I'm happy to do that. So 231 chapter sub K, well, let me start with chapter 231 of the Local Government Code provides special zoning authority for different counties around the state in unique circumstances. Subchapter K specifically applies to Hood County. That's the only subchapter that doesn't specifically provide zoning authority, but it provides some unique regulatory authority that's focused on the waterways specifically and the state's interest in protecting those waterways as a source of recreation. But there's some good language in there that deals with development of all sorts and the way it can impact water quality, water quantity, and recreation, generally speaking, by restricting density, building size, and water, wastewater use, runoff, those kinds of things. Historically, it appears that that provision was initiated because of a residential boom in Hood County, and maybe specifically trying to address issues near the waterways and restricting those. And that's the way your development regulations were implemented in 2000. But the language is broad enough, and the interest is very much aligned with the industrial development that's now in its boom. And so I think it's a good tool to work with to make sure that the county is able to confine industrial developments in ways that don't threaten those waterways. And so there are two things that occur to give this, to localize the authority that's offered in this subchapter. The first is that the county needs a strategic plan. That you have one that was approved in 2000, but that plan is dated, and so we need to update that. And then the county, through the commission, is authorized to approve development regulations. You call them development permit regulations. And those are the regulations designed to support the work that's laid out in the strategic plan. So the first step is to create the strategic plan, and then the next step is to look at the regulations that would be used to help enforce the goals of that plan.
And I know that I had asked you about a moratorium, if there was any way to do a moratorium, and I think we figured out the answer to that is no.
Well, the kind of development that you're seeing right now certainly does place a unique threat to waterways. One, I mean, a very large building, so large impervious cover. We know there's a lot of water use issues. The wastewater, because of the quantity of the water that's used, increases a huge amount of wastewater because that water is cycled through. Even if it's a sustainable cooling system, ultimately the water is cycling through. And so the wastewater is that runoff is much different than what you would see in ordinary developments. So there are some pieces there that would make sense to take a close look at. I think anytime you target a single industry, you know, we've seen it with like sexually oriented businesses when cities have tried to say that's just, you know, against our health and safety, our morals, general welfare. We don't want that in our community. That has never been upheld. You've got to have a closer nexus to your goal. And so like with sexually oriented businesses, what you've seen is, you know, we want them, you know, not close to schools, not close to churches. We don't want them in residential areas. And so you start carving out where it doesn't make sense, but then you've got to generally leave some opportunity for every business. And so I would think something along those lines is probably more practical.
I know one of the things you had mentioned was, you know, with the runoff was requiring filtration, having them disclose their water needs and power needs up front. If any of these things that we come up with in the immediate next few weeks, would we be able to apply them to the companies that have already come in and filed their concept plans, specifically Sailfish and Pacifico?
So concept plans are not ordinarily considered the first step of permitting because they're optional. And they're optional on the subdivision side. The way your development regulations are drafted right now, they don't appear to be optional. So this is a little bit of a unique scenario. I'd like to spend some time on the case law and see if we can find some better guidance. I think as a starting place, you know, a concept plan is not generally considered a permit. And so, you know, I think we start there, but there's still some work that has to take place, right? This commission would need to approve a strategic plan, would need to approve revised regulations. Those both get recommended up to the commissioner's court. The commissioner's court has to have a hearing on the regulations, and that's with 15 days notice. And so there's some runway ahead of us, both in just getting the work done and then getting it approved. So anyway, there's a little bit of a competition for time here.
Right, and that was something I wanted to mention to the public. We, as the commission, are advisory only. And so we can make recommendations to the commissioner's court about regulations that we want to adopt, policies, things like that, in an advisory capacity. Anything that we do, even if we decide if we make some changes today and we propose a regulation, we have to give 15 days notice of that in a paper general circulation, which would be the Hood County News, which I think is only published on Saturdays.
Deadline's at 10 on Monday.
And deadline's at 10 on Monday. So we would have to publish that notice. We would then have the commissioner's court, we would hold a public hearing. Of course, the public could then make comments at that time on those regulations. But that's where we're kind of, within that time, you know, we're kind of confined. We have to abide by the statute. And that's exactly all in the subchapter K about being advisory only, and that we have to do that 15 days public hearing. And then it would have to be adopted by the commissioners. So just understand that I know that we all want to do what's best for Hood County, and we already are behind the curve. But just understand that we do have some statutory guidelines that we have to follow when we do these regulation development changes, things like that. So, we've got the judge here, so if we can just pause for a minute, Ms. Fernandez, and we'll get our people sworn in.
Sure.
If that's all right. Okay.
All right, which one, what would you have us do?
I guess let's start on that end.
We'll do this individually?
Hold on, Todd, let me get your. So this will be your statement that you will sign, and then this is the oath.
All right, with your permission?
Yeah.
Start it. I, Tyler Scott,
I, Tyler Scott,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of Development Commission Representative for Precinct 1 of Hood County
of Development Commission Precinct 1 of Hood County
of the state of
of the
Texas,
state of Texas,
and I will, to the best of my ability,
and I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this great state.
and of this great state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And I furthermore do solemnly swear or affirm
I furthermore do solemnly swear and affirm
that I have not directly nor indirectly paid,
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, or promised to pay,
offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, or promised to contribute
contributed, or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised to any public office or employment
for the giving or withholding of a vote
for the giving or withholding of a vote
as a reward to secure my appointment.
as a reward to secure my appointment.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Here we go. I, Matt Long,
I, Matt Long,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of Development Commission Representative for Precinct 2 of Hood County
of Development Commission Precinct Representative Precinct 2 of Hood County
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas.
and I will, to the best of my ability,
And I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this great state.
and of this great state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And I do furthermore solemnly swear or affirm
And I do furthermore solemnly swear and affirm
that I have not directly nor indirectly paid,
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, or promised to pay,
offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, or promised to contribute
contributed, or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or employment
for the giving or withholding
for the giving or withholding
as a reward to secure my appointment,
as a reward to secure my appointment,
whichever the case may be.
whichever the case may be.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Long, congratulations. Wow. I, Christine Lethbridge,
I, Christine Lethbridge,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of Development Commission ex officio chairman
of Development Commission ex officio chairman
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and I will, to the best of my ability,
and I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this great state.
and of this great state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And I do furthermore solemnly swear or affirm
I do furthermore solemnly swear or affirm
that I have not directly nor indirectly paid,
that I have not directly nor indirectly paid,
offered, or promised to pay,
offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, or promised to contribute
contributed, or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or employment
for the giving
for the giving
or withholding
or withholding
as a reward to secure my appointment.
as a reward to secure my appointment.
So help me God.
So help me God.
That was good luck to you. Who's next?
This is me.
Right, you're okay, go down. That's good. There you go. I, Todd Garner,
I, Todd Garner,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of Development Commission Representative for Precinct 3 of Hood County,
of Development Commission Representative 3 of Precinct County, or the Precinct 3
of Hood
of
County,
Hood County
and of the state of Texas.
and of the state of Texas.
And I will, to the best of my ability,
And I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this great state.
and of this great state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And I furthermore do solemnly swear
And I furthermore do solemnly swear
that I have not directly nor indirectly paid,
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, or promised to pay,
offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, or promised to contribute
contributed, or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or employment
for the giving or withholding
for the giving or withholding
as a reward to secure my appointment.
as a reward to secure my appointments.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Garner, good luck to you. There it is.
Good.
Robert Carter,
I, Robert Carter,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of Development Commission Representative for Precinct 4 of Hood County,
of the Development Commission Representative of Precinct 4 of Hood County
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas.
and I will, to the best of my ability,
And I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this great state.
and of this great state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And I do furthermore solemnly swear
And I do furthermore solemnly swear
that I have not directly nor indirectly paid,
I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, or promised to pay,
offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, or promised to contribute
contributed, or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
promised any public office or employment
or promised any office or public employment
for the giving or withholding
for the giving or withholding
as a reward
as a reward
to secure my appointment.
to secure my appointment.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Good luck to you. One more second. Good luck to all of you.
Okay, this chairman made a major faux pas first meeting. Forgot to do the pledges and prayers, so I think you guys will indulge us while we do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, we'll pray. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for your son, Jesus, who died for our sins and who goes ahead of us as our protector. We thank you for this land. We thank you for God's country that we live in. We pray for discernment, wisdom, and courage for everyone on this board and everyone who serves on other boards in this county. Thank you for all these things. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, Ms. Fernandez, you still there?
I am, yes.
Did anybody else on the commission have questions or comments about 231K before we move on to the strategic plan?
Sure, I did.
Okay.
This is Matt Long, Precinct 2. I'm encouraged by the things that I heard you say. My opinion is that the state of Texas granted Hood County with very specific authority to regulate and protect every square inch of the watershed. And in an effort to uphold public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And so it goes beyond waterways. I agree, it definitely deals with waterways. When it talks about morals and general welfare, these are human attributes, not just waterways. And so I just want to acknowledge all the people in this room that have been detrimentally affected by the things that have already gone in near Mitchell Bend and other places. So I want to thank all those people for being here and also helping us along the way, especially you. And amongst a barrage of large-scale industrial developments that will catastrophically change the watershed, like we just heard, in my opinion, if no action is taken, these things will lead to large-scale change. And in light of the fact that we're going to revisit all of our strategic plan, our rules and regulations, then I personally think that the only prudent short-term measure is to have a 12-month moratorium on all industrial development, including but not limited to data centers, solar farms, wind farms, power plants, battery storage facilities, crypto mining facilities. This is a way to not single out one specific industry, but industrial development in general. And I feel that it will allow us to be prudent. And the only way to do that is to slow down, in my opinion. It will allow us to do a number of things. It will allow us to get a comprehensive environmental impact study, which I have no idea why we don't have, on the effects of large-scale industrial developments on our air, water, power, health. It will allow us to, like we already talked about, address our short-term and long-term strategic plan, and will allow us to update the county's development rules and regulations, specifically what uses are prohibited in the certain districts that we have the ability to create. So I actually already have one drafted up, and I'm willing to share that with everyone if someone will just let me know what the proper way to do that is. I know we don't vote on the moratorium, but I do think the process starts here. So I'm happy to work with whoever I need to get with in order to get that on a agenda very soon. I'm encouraged to hear that a concept plan is not necessarily an application for permits. So I think that is also very important. And I do think we need to hear some more on that. So I understand that this puts us kind of in the crosshairs, Hood County, that is. And that even though I do think we have the law on our side, I think it's very clear. We could see frivolous action against us. And while I know that the people of Hood County are 100% opposed to spending taxpayer dollars to keep these facilities out, I have a feeling that they would be in full support of spending taxpayer dollars to keep them from coming here. So that's my opinion.
Do you have any comment, Ms. Fernandez, on?
Yeah, I guess the strategic plan as it's drafted focuses almost exclusively on residential and septic issues. And the regulations are similarly drafted. And so, well, I think there's there's a pathway to do a moratorium. The subchapter gives you just one very specific roadmap, right? That the county can adopt regulations. And so I think that at a minimum, you would need maybe an interim strategic plan that said, we need to do an environmental impact statement. We need to understand better what our water quality districts might look like, how the watershed as a county-wide watershed is impacted by these kind of developments. I mean, something along those lines. And then in the regulations, you would similarly have to authorize a moratorium while you were doing additional work. I think that kind of belt and suspender would be the most prudent way to proceed, because that's the only authority the county is given under the subchapter, is to develop regulations in support of the strategic plan.
So if we were to move forward with a proposed moratorium, would we be able to apply that to Pacifico and Sailfish?
That is, again, dependent on whether the concept plan is considered the initial permit. And I would say typically a concept plan is not considered the first step of a permit. I imagine, we'll end up in court discussing that.
I guess, like Mr. Long, my line of thinking is that, the industrial development contradicts the purpose of this statute. Clearly the legislature thought this was a special area, a special place, not just for Hood County residents, but for the entire state. I mean, it says that in the statute. And it just seems like any of these industrial developments that are coming in, they don't align with the purpose of the statute. So, we have this for a reason, and I know we'd all like to use it.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, I think in a way, the state has allowed our commissioners court to be the stewards of this land. And I actually worry we're in violation of state law by not implementing a moratorium, because we're not looking out after the interests of the land we've been put in charge of by allowing just unfettered industrial development in those areas.
Yeah, so much your question.
If I could ask one question, what current permits are they subject to be issued by the county?
Their permit will be a site development plan. For some reason, there was language in there that a concept plan would be approved first, even though it was only ever used for subdivision population density. So really, the concept plan, we're looking at what the ground looks like, and there's no population density. So the only reason we're doing a concept plan is because the regulations got that wording in there that it must be approved first.
So was the concept plan in lieu of preliminary plat? Is that how it would be used?
They're exempt from 232 because they're over 10 acres.
Right, so they're not subject to plat. They have no platting obligation.
They have no platting obligations.
Okay, so, and that's kind of where I'm curious, if they have no platting obligations, there's no plat being submitted. If they're not proposing the use of a septic permit, what permit would they apply?
Site development plan, which, since they're talking about doing a wastewater plant and a water plant, the site development plan will be contingent upon TCEQ approval of those things.
Correct. So I guess that's a question. If they've started the process or the wastewater discharge permit for the PWS, does that have a similar impact to a determination on the concept plan submitted? Like, does starting at a state level impact the effect on a moratorium that happens, let's say, in a month? That's a question for an attorney.
Purpose of a concept plan is to assure that the proposed development meets the standards of population density and adequate public facilities for the district in which the project is to be located, as prescribed by the development permit regulations, to formulate conditions assuring further development. In other words, it's for larger subdivisions, but somehow the wording got in there that it must be approved before a site development plan, which is probably good in y'all's situation because it was another hurdle.
Well, what we're talking about, though, I think is vesting rights, right? As opposed to if they're submitted with something, are they vested prior to a moratorium so they could move forward even if a moratorium's put in place?
I wouldn't think so, because right now all we have is a picture of what they're gonna do. There's no data that's showing their water usage, no data showing their sewer output. No permits have been submitted to the county that they've applied with TCQ for any air quality. We know they did air quality, but the sewer and the water and all those other permits.
Did you have a comment, Ms. Fernandez? Did you-
No, I agree. I agree with that.
Wait,
With which part?
That's not an issue, it's not a permit. It's just a hurdle.
So if we step back from just a data center conversation, if you develop at all in the county, you're required to get a development permit.
It's always been practice that if they were building public infrastructure, then they get a concept plan done, and then they do the preliminary plat, construction plans and final plat. All little commercial deals like storage, not storage places, because they don't have
So
bad
10
things.
acres or flat, yeah.
Anything that's gonna use water or sewer has that development plan, but concept plans have always been used strictly on development with public infrastructure.
Like contemplation of the concept plan. For all their bases. Okay.
now, if they've already applied to PCEQ, and could they potentially get approved without anything on our end?
So TCQ grants them a PWS and a wastewater district.
That'll be up to what we submit to the commissioners when they do the site development plan. If they have been approved by TCEQ or they haven't been approved by TCEQ, it'll be up to them to say yay, nay, or according to 232, the terms for denial or conditional approval, they'll have to abide by that. We'll have to state whatever statute we're relying on to deny them. And then
I mean, we could say, we're not gonna honor your PCEQ from.
I have the question for the. I don't think the county has jurisdiction to permit anything the state permits. If they did, City of Granbury would approve their own sewer plan.
I don't think I want to read this whole thing, but my preamble to the preamble was basically what it is. The way I see it is, we've been given specific authority to oversee development regulation in this land for specific purposes. And I believe an application of that here is exactly what we're doing. And that a moratorium makes sense because now we see a threat to the lands we've been put in charge of. And so we want to change things in order to keep them out, in my opinion. And we need some time in order to do that. And I think moratoriums are things that are used all the time and used by counties and used when they're not overstepping what their authority is that's been given to them by the state, which is very clear what's been done here. So that's basically what this says.
Everything we do is gotta fall within the confines of law. Y'all took an oath to uphold the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas. I gave y'all some laws that I just printed out. Basically, Section 2007 in general talks about private property rights. There's also the Private Property Rights Preservation Act guidelines. Everything we do has got to be within those confines. We took an oath. I took an oath when I became development commissioner. Takings by regulatory taking can be achieved very easily if we're not careful. So I encourage y'all to study those laws, because we will lose in a taking case.
I have a question just on a practical, how things work in the county. So when I look at, under the development permit regulations, 5.4C, anything that is in one of the water quality districts, when they come in to permit any industrial or office over 1,000 square feet, I'm just going to read it because I never knew that was there till recently. So 5.4C, no office use exceeding 1,000 square feet or industrial use of any size shall be located within a water quality district unless the use is served by both centralized water and wastewater systems, comma, or unless the applicant demonstrates to the Director of Environmental Health that the proposed use does not generate wastewater greater than can be accommodated on the minimum tract size for the district. When people come bring that to you, what is sort of the mechanical process of
They're
that?
proposing to do public water and public sewer
So that is a part of their submittal?
to TCEQ.
Well, this is to the county.
Right, but public water and public sewer is not permitted by the county, it's permitted by the state.
It falls under our current regulations of 5.4C as authorized by subsection K. So what is the process when they bring it into y'all?
Well, on this kind of deal, when they're saying they're proposing a public sewer and a public water, I'm gonna want to see their submittal, their approval from TCEQ. She does not approve public water or public sewer.
It says it's going to be demonstrates to the Director of Environmental Health that the proposed use does not generate wastewater greater than can be accommodated on the minimum tract size for the district.
Minimum tract size for the district, especially if it's served by public water, is 1 acre. They're talking about 900 to 1,000 acres or 2,500 acres in some cases.
Are the tracts that they're talking about served
No, they're talking about constructing.
their own systems?
Yes, they are going to be any wastewater plant, any wastewater over 5,000 gallons is required to go through state. If it's at the state, on the sewage side, all industrial wastewater permits are permitted through the state. So if anything is other than residential sewer that goes into this water plant, it's going to be permitted through the state. And the state determined, and that is based off of testing. They will have to test the strength of that wastewater on a regularly scheduled basis.
That's not what's currently stated in the rules.
That is state regulations.
There's a lot of stuff in these rules that need to be changed.
Blakely, I think I got her name right. Is she still on?
I am. Yeah, so these rules were adopted in 2000. I think some of the state laws were revised after that. Clint and I've talked about this. These rules need a really deep scrubbing, probably all 3 sections. Right now, we're just talking about looking at the development permit regulations.
So currently, we're not doing this. This is not taking place in the county for industrial use inside the water quality districts.
No, we can't override the state.
But
All industrial permits are permitted through the state, not the county.
Even though it's supposed to be flowing through this process.
That's true.
Permits that I have no authority to permit an industrial stream permit. The state of Texas is the one that regulates
It
those.
appears that under subsection K that we possibly do have that right and have written that into our system, and we have not been doing it.
I think we're talking about 2 different things.
Do not allow me to permit industrial waste.
And in 99, it might have allowed to, but it doesn't now.
I don't think you're talking about the county permitting industrial waste. I think what the subchapter would allow the county to do is restrict site use for industrial purposes in the water quality zones. I mean, right now, that appears that would be a possibility for the county.
Quite frankly, that appears to be the actual rule in the county per the
right.
rules that's already passed, but it's not being followed.
And it's not, but it's not permitting the waste specifically. It's the use and the creation of the waste that would give the county authority under the rules.
So where I've seen it applied in the water quality districts is when you have uses coming in that would typically propose a septic system in a water quality district, they are stringently reviewed and typically require some sort of exception from the county. That's why most of the development that occurs in the water quality district opts to connect to a MUD or another public water system, because then there's no septic permit. The wastewater is transported to a treatment plant and is under that currently state permanent discharge permit. And so there's no wastewater It's when this was developed, you know more about this too, but back in the nineties, when people called one was high in the lake and there were a lot of water quality issues, old septic systems. I think the county went through all that discussion 5 years ago when there was a lot of pushback on having someone service your septic and want to do it yourself. All that spawned out of this subchapter K when the lake quality was so bad from all the small developments that were built around the lake when it was impounded and had old septic systems that were leaking, not properly maintained, you had all these blooms in the lake back in the nineties. So that's where subchapter K came from. And subsequently, the BRA had a water quality standard that they implemented. And so I think that's where the water quality, where I've experienced it being enforced in a sense, is if you're gonna put a septic system in a water quality area, then there is oversight, 100%. Yeah. It's really those, like most of them, it happens over on the Atkins side, near Decordova and stuff, so they would connect to AMA, let's say. So I don't know that the county has experienced someone developing in the water quality district as laid out on the map that is like a heavy industrial or manufacturing use. I could be wrong, but I don't know if they have. I think this would be first.
No, not be done in my tenure.
Because the water quality districts are defined on the map, correct? It's like a 2,000-foot buffer from the receiving streams to the Brazos.
Yeah, they're what's laid out in our green and red lines, the maps we've been given. And from what I can remember or have heard, I don't believe that's really been taking place. And that's sort of my initial concern is we haven't really been looking at 5.4C. And as far as subchapter K under 231.223, number 5, the Commissioners Court of Hood County may regulate the location, design, construction, extension, size, and installation of water and wastewater facilities, including the requirements for connecting to centralized water or wastewater systems. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that within district drawn boundaries.
Have you read the development standards from the water quality district? It tells you the differences between the water quality. You read the development standards in the rural district and the road corridor district. The only difference between any of those districts is multifamily and RV parks are prohibited in the water quality. It does not mention anything about industrial development under the standards.
No, that's what I'm telling you. Under 5.4C, non-residential standards, no office use exceeding 1,000 square feet or industrial use of any size. It was put in there, but I'm not sure it's being followed.
We haven't, under my tenure that I know of, had anything that exceeded that kind of deal unless it was connected to public water or public sewer.
Are the current facilities that are being Sailfish and Pacific, are they contemplating hooking up to existing systems?
They're contemplating creating their own.
So they're going to create their own centralized water and wastewater systems. That's their plan. And so then that would have to be approved by our environmental director.
State PCQ.
Under 5.4C.
But we have the ability to override. Because it also says that if any part of subchapter K is more stringent than any other statute, subchapter K takes precedent.
You have the ability to layer in something more stringent.
Correct.
But again, it needs to be in your regulations.
That's beyond the TCEQ requirements for a discharge permit.
ABUD did it at some point.
They must have been around since I was a little kid, not before the 90s.
So just for clarity, so the county can propose or implement regulations that are beyond the state requirements for a discharge permit if you've got a TCEQ.
That is the way subchapter K reads. One of my suggestions has been, as we look towards adopting things that might be either hard to implement, that might be issues of first impression, that we consider taking those to the Attorney General for an opinion on whether those would be enforceable. It's an effort to keep us out of court in the long run. So that is one pathway.
So are you saying we can't use this? Speak up.
No, we can do it.
I mean, there's already, it's in there, just hasn't been enforced.
We had never had nobody try this before.
So are there current regulations written under this power that define above and beyond TCQ minimums for a discharge permit? Or is that what we're needing to discuss and propose to the commissioners? Yeah, I'm asking an attorney because.
Okay.
The regulations are very broad and they really focus primarily on residential growth and managing septics. I mean, that's the clear focus of those 2000 regulations. So they need to be expanded to meet the current times. To do a really good job, I mean, we can do something that meets your timeline, which is going to be, you know, putting things together very quickly. You probably need either a planning firm or a civil engineering firm to help you with the technical components of this to make sure that they're correct, that they're enforceable, that they are, you know, beneficial. In some of the studies that one of the commissioners mentioned earlier, the environmental study, all those things would be beneficial going into these, into the strategic plan and into the regulations. If you want to seek a moratorium until you have time to really do a solid and thoughtful job on these two documents,
Yes, we do. Yes.
I would suggest that we still do that with a public hearing and an addendum to the regulations. That would be my advice.
Is that a moratorium on all development or specific use development?
My thought on the one I drafted here was it was specific to industrial. It went and named a few uses in that industrial case. We could leave room for exceptions on there so that if, you know, someone wants to come in and build a shop at their place and for some reason it's deemed industrial, we could approve that, or the commissioner's court could approve that. But I think a moratorium on all industrial projects, including but not limited to data centers, solar farms, wind farms, battery storage facilities, crypto mining facilities, power plants, until we can revisit these items, plus get environmental impact analysis, would be the route we should go in order to follow subchapter K. And that an exception clause would allow something that we've seen before, something that has a proven track record, to potentially get an exception and not have to wait 12 months.
So I mean, my main concern in asking that question is, quite frankly, the exposure to litigation or being specific moratorium. And so like I've seen, like Granbury just, I think they finally lifted their moratorium that they implemented because they didn't have sewer capacity on the north and east side or wherever that was coming through over there by Bruce White's old dental place or whatever. And that got lifted because the wastewater treatment plant eventually got permitted after there was a lot of opposition in the community. And I think that dragged out for like 5 years or something like that. So I think that's about to come online, or may already be online. And that moratorium was listed, but that was a moratorium implemented because there was no capacity in sewer treatment. So I'm just curious. I don't want to start making recommendations that start exposing the county legally to where we are just paying these corporations a ton of money in damages. I want to make sure that we have our hands wrapped around that at least. So what we do is in good faith. So that's why I ask if it's a development-wide moratorium or just a use-specific moratorium. And if industrial is a broad enough term to do a moratorium on, not be considered use-specific.
Should be broader or something.
I would weigh in. There's been plenty of counties around the state and the nation have put in fairly narrow moratoriums on both solar projects, just say solar farm development. And as far as I know, those have not been overturned in court as of yet. That's not to say you won't get in a fist fight.
Are they in court?
That's not to say you won't get in a fist fight.
We've got an AG opinion there that.
I have an AG opinion, AC 0003. It's about authority of Commissioners Court to adopt and enforce moratorium regarding commercial solar projects, which is a different project, but it's kind of the same situation. You just read the summary. Specified provisions of the Transportation Code give Commissioners Court authority over certain aspects of county roads to the extent a moratorium proposed by a county in relation to a commercial utility scale solar energy facility is adopted pursuant to such authority, but is meant to reach activity other than related to county roads, a court would likely find it invalid and unenforceable. Health and Safety Code 121.003 authorizes Commissioners Court to enforce laws reasonably necessary to protect public health. To the extent a moratorium proposed by a county in relation to a commercial utility scale solar energy facility is adopted pursuant to section 121.003, but does not seek to enforce a specific pre-existing public health law, a court would likely find it invalid and unenforceable.
I have a comment on that, and that I think it specifically says in there that the authority vested in Texas counties and commissioners courts is specifically limited to that which is expressly granted by state law. So I would say that we have a much better case than they do.
An attorney would need to write the moratorium language.
And Public Health and Safety Code 121 requires that county to have a public health authority, and Hood County dissolved the public health authority last fall through Commissioners Court.
Can you repeat that? I didn't follow. Say it again.
Public Health and Safety Code 121 that authorizes the county to handle some of the law, enforce certain laws, requires that the county have a public health authority, which means we have a doctor as the public health authority. And Hood County Commissioners Court last fall dismantled and done away with the public health authority for Hood County. So currently Hood County does not have a public health authority. Therefore, we could not rely on Health and Safety Code 121.
I guess.
Correct. We're kind of.
Implement on
But I
that.
think that's why I asked the question, like if a moratorium is what's being proposed and there is a means to do it, and that's what the commissioners want to do, then as long as it's drafted by an attorney and, you know, there's some sort of comfort that we're not just exposing ourselves to a ton of litigation and spending our tax dollars on it. I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily something I would oppose at all. And if part of that moratorium documentation or whatever the attorney was put together is the need to reinstate this public health agency or whatever prior to the implementation of the moratorium, then I don't know if they can be done on the same agenda, they can be done separately, they can be noticed at the same time, all that stuff, you know, with an attorney or whatever, just tell us what we have to do. But I just want to make sure it's clean and clear of what we're doing. Because again, that's my big concern, is this, you know, full transparency, these aren't just like a random company coming in that has limited pockets. And so like, they feel like they're damaged, we will go to litigation. And so.
Yeah.
We would have to, if we wanted to get something to the commissioner's court, we could get it published. We'd have to publish it by the 10th, which is a week from Saturday. And we could we would be able to make the 27th court. We would have 15 days, but it would have to be published by the 10th, what action we're going to take if we're going to go forward with the moratorium.
The notice would have to be sent in a month.
Well, we'd have to get it in by Monday for publication on the 10th on Saturday, and the 15 days would run, and we could put that on the commissioner's court agenda for the 27th.
It would have to be about 10 a.m.
So,
Yeah, well, I could forward what I have already done and that I did work with an attorney on, and again, get it to whoever needs to look at it. It's lawyer on call.
do you have any thoughts on that, Ms. Fernandez, on us moving forward with something like that?
Oh, I guess real quick, I'm not sure what she was hired under her scope to do. I'm not one to authorize additional scope and spending money. So I just want to it's clear. It may need to go through the county attorney, but I mean, I think I'd be looking for her advice, like, is that an appropriate approach? And what Matt Long has done in that, obviously, if he's put the time and consulted with attorney, I think that's a great starting point. And that would help. I mean, we are working on a limited time frame here, so anything to help speed it up. I guess the other question is, does it have to be noticed in the county paper?
I think that's what they were.
Star Telegram.
Right.
Just April,
General
local
circulation.
circulation.
Local.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't change your practice. Wherever you normally publish your notices, I would publish this notice.
Do we need to make a do we need a motion on that?
You would need a motion on that, but before you do that, I've got one question. In terms of calling a public hearing, does the court need to do that, or you're advisory in nature, and so?
On development regulations, I usually make the court aware that it's gonna be done, and then
Okay,
we run in the paper, and then we have the public hearing, but like on a replat or something like that, we're bound by statute for the court to set a public hearing. A moratorium, I don't know anything about those statutes, so you tell us.
there's no statute for moratorium, but, and subchapter K just says you've got to have a public hearing.
But we could, if we make a notice in the paper and had it published on the 10th, that a public hearing is going to be held on proposed moratorium, and it's on the commissioner's court agenda, then we would have met those 15 days.
I agree with all of that. My only question is, does the court permit somebody to call a public hearing of the court other than the commissioners?
I think a moratorium is gonna be different than that. That says specifically for a regulation adopted. We're not adopting, we're putting brakes on.
No, I think we'd be amending the regulations to allow for this. I don't know that you've got another avenue to just create a moratorium. I think we need to do it through the regulations.
We need to amend the regulation and
To
then
allow
with the ability to issue a moratorium or whatever.
That would be
project.
my recommendation.
I kind of thought the whole point of a moratorium was so that we would have time and to be able to amend the regulations appropriately if it comes to in haste.
There is subchapter K only allows you to create the regulations, and then you've got the ability to regulate according to those. So
Right.
I would do an addendum to the regulations that says, we need a deeper dive into all of these. We've got to be responsible on understanding what the environmental impacts we're looking at are. We need to engage the right technical support, and we need to spend time getting all of this right. And so until we can do that, we're not going to permit industrial projects. And I would use a broader definition of industrial.
So if we amended the regulations and say got that on the court for the 27th, the commissioner's court, and that's to be able to do a moratorium was approved, then we could move forward and again have our public hearing on the moratorium by the first court in February, conceivably.
Or could you all do the same? Why couldn't you do the same one if they passed the order and signed the order before they heard the next agenda item?
I'm sorry.
But we'd have to make sure that that order was signed before you moved on to the agenda item for the moratorium.
Do we have the authority to put stuff on an agenda like that, or I guess I don't get it. Yeah.
I mean,
We just get a sponsor.
Okay.
I don't need
I
a
just want-
sponsor, I got my own section.
Oh, that's right. You got it.
Somebody's sending the language.
So I'm pulling up the exact language from the statute on the hearing. So I'm sorry, I can't do it on my computer because if I'm on the Zoom, I'm trying to pull it up on my phone.
231, 226.
226, thank you. Okay, so a development regulation adopted under the subchapter is not effective until it's adopted by the Commissioners Court after a public hearing. Before the 15th day of the hearing, the Commissioners Court must publish notice of the hearing in a newspaper of general circulation in the county. The court may establish or amend a development regulation only by an order passed by a majority vote of the full membership of the court. And then your local rules require right now for amendments to the regulations to come from a recommendation from this commission or from the staff. So I think your action would be to make a recommendation for the moratorium until you can get the strategic plan and the regulations revised and adopted.
So we need to make a recommendation on our regulations. And then there'd be a subsequent recommendation for moratorium.
Right. Amendment to the regulations and a subsequent one for the moratorium.
And that's in an effort to allow us time to develop the strategic plan for new development and rapid development. Not seeing.
Agreed.
What part of the regulation is the
Section 1, the subdivision and permit regulations.
Did they already, was it just the strategic plan that they did some red lines on, or did they do
No,
the
we're getting-
regulations?
They're exempt from
We need to
section
look
2.
at that too.
Okay. So maybe some of this is already teed up for us to discuss.
So we want to make a motion on what we bring.
Yeah.
What is the section that we're going?
Section 1, subdivision permit or no, development permit regulations.
Right, not the subdivision.
No, they're exempt from those.
Which,
Section 1.
for a specific section we want to, why don't you?
What do you think? Section 1.
Well, it'd either have to be section 1 or create a new section.
We could do it under section 1, just add a 1 or 2.0 because it stops at 1.9 amendments or.
It'd be under 1.9 amendments. Or it'd be
I mean, it could just be an addendum to section 1. We don't need to put a specific number if you don't want to.
I think we could make a case that we might be safer to make a whole new section like we did
Like a
for.
1.10.
Mobile manufactured homes.
Exactly. I mean,
That's what my idea was.
that, I mean, clearly, we probably did that at some point in the past because the lawyer said that that would pass a court review. So if we created a new section specifically for data centers, and heavy industrial, something along those lines, I think they'd probably be hard pressed to say it was targeted because it's a blanket application. And therefore, we wouldn't have to get into the situation where the county commissioners would maybe have to grant special exemption if someone's trying to open a tire shop.
I agree.
So
But I would create breaks on this, create that special section. So to put the brakes on to create the special section, do we still put an addendum or create a section 2.0 under amendments? For the moratorium, because section 1 are strictly subchapter K. Section 2 is.
right.
232.
So we're only dealing with section 1. If you want to create a new section for heavy industrial, and then put a moratorium under that new section, I think you could do the two-step approach. I think you also could just do an addendum to section 1 that says we know we need a section for industrial, and And we need the time to do that. And so until we can get this section drafted and approved by the commission, recommended to the court, and approved by the court, that we'd recommend a moratorium on.
As I've said, under 5.4, we have addressed industrial already in section 1.
So.
Well, that's really office, no? Is it office and industrial?
Well, it's in the definitions of industrial is defined, so we'd have to add something in the definition as well. If we're going to say
Yeah, we have to revise the definition.
I think a 5,000 square foot data center probably would be industrial just based on the foundation they have to lay, and that they got to build their own wastewater department and their own water system.
But I don't think you want to.
That we can say a data center. I agree a data center is industrial, but when you say industrial, you need to find what industrial encompass. You're going to write a regulation like that. And that's what I'm saying. There's nothing in here in the definitions on what industrial means. So like, even in subchapter K, it speaks about a lot. Well, a lot is a platted lot, not a tract of land. And unless there's definitions, and I guess the administrator code or whatever subchapter K is under that specifies lot, it's any land within the county, then it's defined in there. And that's what I'm saying. I was looking in here real quick in the industrial because there's no industrial in the definitions. There's manufactured home, there's lot, there's, I think, multifamilies in here. They're defining mixed use, they're defining all the uses, but I don't see industrial in here. And so I only propose that we add a definition in the definition of terms in here on industrial, what it means when you're going to start applying that as a use. I think we can agree a data center is definitely industrial.
Yeah. And
But I
think we
think
agree
you're-
there's no definition of industrial in the definition section.
And so I think you're talking also about probably specific rules for heavy industrial, which I think would encompass data centers, as opposed to light industrial, which would be your repair shops, equipment rentals, those kinds of things you're more likely to see in the county.
But what does the motion need to look like? How specific is it need to be?
Well, I was motion to amend section 1 of the permit regulations to allow for a moratorium. And define, they're already working on stuff. We can have.
Well, no, I mean, if we're writing moratorium language in here, it probably doesn't need to be specific to use, just allow authority for moratorium for whatever perceived uses. I mean, like, we don't know what maybe the next hot thing in 10
I
years.
say you put in there, you allow for a moratorium at any point that the types of development are undefined in our regulations or something like that.
Right, like if flying taxis come here in 10 years, they want to fly to DFW every day or something. I think we want, if we're going to, as a county, say that we want the flexibility to implement moratoriums for new types of development we're unfamiliar with, we probably shouldn't even be use specific. They can be applied for use or whatever it needs to be written broad, like broad.
But I think for the purpose of the motion, I don't think it needs to be that specific.
Okay.
We just have a motion that we're going to amend section 1 of the permit regulations to add language regarding,
We're gonna recommend to the court.
to do more.
We recommended the court to amend section 1 of the county regulations.
We make the amendment.
Well, that's what we recommend.
Yeah,
the court to
and
amend
then we would
section
go to
1
the
to
court with
allow
what we
for
drafted.
the implementation of a moratorium.
I would say your motion needs to say you're gonna recommend to the commissioner's court that you're gonna, that what you drafted. Because commission does not decide on the regulation change, the court does. So
Right, but for our purposes, we just need to amend it for our purposes here, and then we would take it to the court. I don't think our motion needs to say we're gonna take it to the court because it's already written in the statute that that's what we do.
We don't have to post the court wants some regulation, the court doesn't, they don't need our recommendation.
Well, we do, we recommend it. We do.
We
make
recommend the
recommendations. They don't
regulation,
have to,
I think.
they don't have to follow it.
Correct, but we don't have to recommend a moratorium, right? Like, we don't have
Well-
to recommend for a moratorium, we recommend moratorium be added to the regulations. But if the
Well,
court wants
that's-
to do a moratorium, then it's in the regulations.
So the order that we want to do is we would recommend amending the permit regulations to allow for moratorium, to add moratorium language. We would present that to the court. If they approve that, then we would have the moratorium ready to go in that same court. That's what we were talking about, the order of it on the agenda.
Well, then I make a motion that we amend section 1 to allow for us to add language about creating a moratorium.
Okay.
And to recommend it to the Commissioners Court.
All right, a motion has been made to amend section 1 of the permit regulations to add language regarding a moratorium and to make such recommendation to the Commissioners Court. Do I have a second?
Could I refine that motion just a bit?
Absolutely.
So a motion to amend section 1 to provide for a temporary moratorium on development undefined by the regulations until such time as the strategic plan and regulations can be revised to address such uses.
Awesome.
Or any future uses.
Yeah, I think that's what undefined by the regulations, which kind of speaks to that point. It's not defined, which is, I guess, kind of the position of the
And I
council.
think making the moratorium temporary while you undertake the work addresses some of the Attorney General's concerns in his opinion.
And
Would we need to specify a time limit on the temporary?
Things on the moratorium.
well, yeah, I think we're just saying you can do it. And I was gonna have those same questions, like time limit, what's the threshold for it being, what the purpose for it being implemented? That's all in the moratorium language, which.
All right, do a second to the motion. Do I have a second to the motion?
A second. Yeah, I'll second this one.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays?
No.
Hey, you want to move on to the strategic plan? We have time for that?
Yes, okay. And we can be quick on this since I think, you're not going to try and move on revising this maybe as quickly as we thought. So the strategic plan, I assume you have a red line in front of you.
I do.
The original strategic plan was very brief. It dealt again primarily with the goals of addressing residential septic issues as an underlying plan to support the regulations. So I've tried to expand on it some, and this is a early and rough draft. I think, again, if you had a planner, I think we could probably do a better job on this. But I really worked to pull language in from the 231 subchapter K so that we've got more enforcement within this. But it starts with kind of about Hood County and focusing on the watershed areas. I think there's probably some more tourism language that could be put in here. The pieces here are just, cut and paste from those footnoted sources. So it wasn't drafted specifically for this purpose. And again, all of this I think could be refined to work a little better in your favor. But if we were moving, at a rapid pace, I wanted you to have something here that gives some background on why it is that the watershed is so important. And also focusing on, the recreation piece is not just access to the water, but it's also access and protection of the vegetation and wildlife that are in and around the water. Then on page 6, you go into the county authority. So some of this has probably been revised since you got your copy, and we could circulate a revised one by email. But Clint has made some comments. We've moved some things around a little bit and changed some of this. But this is an overall of how restricted the county is in regulating development. So you don't have a whole lot of places that you get to touch development. When you get to the next, the first page starts with local government code, and then you get into the water code on the next page and the health and safety code, and then,
Blakely, can I interrupt you just for a minute?
yes.
I kind of read over this when we got it today and just trying to understand kind of the background of how you went around this. And the reason I'm asking is there was a plan in sight that was heavy based on residential development based on what was happening 25 years ago. It
Right.
doesn't really look like you addressed sort of industrial development too much in your revised plan, but that's clearly the reason why the board's being instituted this time again.
So the strategic plan typically sets kind of the broader goals. So the broader goal would be protect the watershed, protect the rivers and lakes, protect the vegetation, protect the wildlife. That includes not just water, wastewater, water quality, water quantity, and some of the pieces that you typically think of, but it would also include mitigating for pollution, mitigating for noise, mitigating for light, other things that ultimately could impact your tourism in the state's recreational use of these lakes.
Blakely, on the page you're on now, it looks like enterprise zones under chapter 2303. Did you add that to the original plan? Like, is this an addition?
Yeah, well, so these are just the authorities that the county has. And so the original plan, I don't think they may have been a short bullet list, but it didn't have a comprehensive list. So we've done a little bit of cleanup on this, but yes, so enterprise zones, the tax increment zones, some of those are a little bit more economic development based.
I'm just trying to understand how you somehow got this in here, which was a fairly controversial item that came in front of the Commissioners Court within the last year, 14 months. But here we are staring in the face of large scale industrial development, the likes of which humans have not really seen before, much less bring into our small community. And I'm not seeing a lot about that in your revised plan.
So this first section just talks about what authority the county has. I don't know. I'm unaware of a controversy with enterprise zones in Hood County. This is just a list of statutory authorities that counties have, right? Dealing with development broadly. Everything up front is just a very broad, almost like, the upside down triangle, starting with the broadest concepts and then you narrow it down. So the next piece goes into the land use development districts. And this probably also needs some work. This is your current map. But I think there's some discussion that the Brazos River Authority may be expanding their water quality districts. If they expand to a 2-mile district, would that make sense for you also to expand to a 2-mile district? You're not locked into what the BRA does. You can set your own districts. But what's interesting about these districts, and there's some, I think you only operate with one water quality district right now, but it is a little confusing in the county documents. You've got your water quality districts. Those are the most tightly protected. Then your road corridor districts are where you're sort of recommending for urban and suburban development. Again, think of, this was all designed for multifamily and more dense housing was the thought there. And then the rural land use district, everything that's not in one of these other two districts is supposed to be protected to ensure the rural character of the area is maintained. So this probably doesn't work, this structure in your current situation, and is something that's going to need some more thought put into it, I think. You may want to expand your water quality districts so that there's a broader area around the waterways that's protected. Right now, the way I read this, the county would be unlikely to encourage large developments in the rural land use district and would expect to see those on the road corridor district. That may or may not be what you actually want in this situation. If someone's going to do a large development that's isolated deep into a ranch, that might be the ideal way to do it, as opposed to having it right on one of your thoroughfares. But so this strategic plan is not recommended for y'all to approve today by any means. This is just sort of a starting place to highlight the areas that I think we'd want to focus on. Hood County has adopted a master thoroughfare plan. I assume that that's working and in good order, but if it's something that needs to be updated, this would be also a time that you might want to address that.
Well, I was going to, the master thoroughfare plan was approved by the Commissioners Court back in March, the March 11, 2025.
Okay,
And so I was just going to propose that we incorporate that plan as approved and adopted by the Commissioners Court. And it's a
right.
report and everything, so.
I do
That's,
need to.
that would be the plan you'd want to put in here.
I need to update this map to reflect that new master thoroughfare plan map. It's not in my budget right now.
This strategic plan, it's basically like comp plans that cities do.
It is, and normally you would see other things in here, right? This one's really designed originally, and as it's, as I've started to revise it, just to support the regulations. But your strategic plan could be broader than that, and also talk about other goals of the county, what your capital improvement plan structure might look like, what your housing goals are. Other things would ordinarily be included, but that's just not the way this one was defined. So once we get into the plan, here's where I've worked to include as much language from subchapter K as possible, just to make sure that we're laying a good groundwork for the protections you've got in place. And then in terms of the watershed, you're thinking about additional concepts there on water quality, on riparian habitats and aquatic habitats. Again, this is just kind of me throwing some things at this. I think all of this is going to take a lot of review and thoughtfulness to lay this out exactly the way you want it. But as you go through the first section on kind of the county's goals with regard to protecting the watershed, and then the county's goals with regard to ensuring sustainable stormwater infrastructure, ensuring quality access to all areas of the county. These were the original 3 goals of the strategic plan that was approved in 2000, so transportation, drainage, and water and wastewater were really the sole focuses of this. And then as you get into the planning principles and policies, again, it focuses on those same areas. I've added a little bit of additional language on low impact design in the water districts, and bringing in all state and federal permits. So the solar projects and data centers are required to get state permits that it appears very few of them are getting. And the penalty is either nothing or it's something very small. But that is also, that's a threshold that would be beneficial to the county, is that, no site permits are issued without having full state and federal permitting and all of those on file with the county. Those should tell you exactly then what their water and energy needs would be, and then what their plans are to acquire those resources and what those agreements are to secure those resources. On the land use development districts, I've restated what the subchapter permits the county to develop regulations on. So, for a water district, you would talk about the percentage of lots that may be occupied or developed. Again, this is the strategic plan, so that the regulations would lay out what this percentage would be. The population density, size of buildings, location, design, construction, size of streets and roads, the same for water and wastewater systems, for drainage facilities and public facilities, any green space that's required, and then the abatement of harm resulting from inadequate water or wastewater facilities. So that's laid out then for each of the land districts. And that's the structure that you had, and with some enhancements, we could lay this out differently. We could use a different structure, but this is just kind of to focus on, one, that this is our first step, is having a good strategic plan, and really making sure the strategic plan is heavily aligned with the authority that you have in subchapter K. And then the regulations would be where the meat really is on the how you're going to support these goals.
So this is something that we as the Development Commission need to work on, obviously. So-
Yes. So, I mean, the ordinary process would be, I think, to engage a planning firm to help you do that. And to redo the maps, and to kind of thoughtfully lay this out. A civil engineering firm could help with it too. If the county doesn't want to allocate resources to do that, then I think the commission could work off of this draft.
Have questions? It feels very heavy-handed, but.
Questions, comments? All right. Well, thank you very much. I guess no one else has any questions or comments, so
Okay.
appreciate all your help today and insight.
Thank you.
Right. So our next item was to discuss some administrative matters that this convention, looking at maybe developing rules, but I know we have a lot of people that signed up to speak. So, Pay, I'd like to go ahead and allow public speakers.
I think my only question on the housekeeping is, did we get anywhere with the emails?
So I cannot set up I can't set up a county email for any of the members. So I would recommend maybe setting up a separate Gmail account that is specifically for the Development Commission. As your role in the Development Commission, set up a separate email.
Well, by the regulations, when the seats change, then those emails will not pass over, how they subject to open records and all that. So I don't understand why they couldn't get a county email.
Talked to Steve, our IT director, about it. He said no. So, because you're not technically county employees.
But because open records, you have to, I highly recommend setting up a separate email.
Correct. Don't commingle your personal with your role here.
That's something we could discuss
Is
on,
that starting now? Since
like, we just discuss the format of it, like, is it gonna be tyler@hcdac@gmail.com, and then it could be Matt,
That's
HCDAC.
something- We could discuss that administrative. I mean,
Yeah.
that kind of falls under our administrative stuff.
Yeah, I just, if we could come up with it, if we're gonna do it for personal, I agree, we need to have it all consolidated. And then if we have a similar, so we're not all, I don't have like 20 numbers following mine where people are, why did Tyler do something so stupid like that? And so we could do something a little more standard. And then that way, as long as you know our name, you'll know how to email.
No, I agree.
why don't
I
you
just thought we
just
go
create
ahead
a
and-
standard and tell us what to do?
Okay, I can do that.
You okay with that, Robert?
I probably will not be using any email with this group under that guise. I do not feel like it is safe, and I think it's a bad idea and will probably only lead to problems.
Did we hit the wall with IT? Like, it's just not possible? Or do we need to ask again? Do we need to say, hey, like, this is a public open records issue?
Can we get them in here and ask them, is that a policy or what is it?
Can we recommend to the commission that they give us county email addresses?
Make a motion.
I'll ask our IT director again.
Okay.
It was a no, because we aren't employees, but
Well, then
I thought it was a great
Should the
idea.
county just set up a general DAC email and then distribute it to the group? Well, and they can distribute via physical copies to the group for the email.
You mean one general email?
Well, that way you're always in control of what goes to that email address.
I'm not understanding.
So like as Matt or I or anybody else roll off, and someone rolls off, it's still a standing loan trust.
But
The
the,
county controls.
right, but the bigger issue that Robert has brought up is that this is all subject to public record.
Correct.
If any of that gets forwarded into your personal email, your personal email is now potentially
Anything related to
But-
county business.
right, but yeah.
Public records are only anything relating to county business, so there's that. You're still gonna be open to suspicion if you tell them no, I don't have anything.
Yeah, that ain't good enough for me.
Well, the only,
We're in the same boat as you, like,
the other administrative thing I was gonna talk about is we wanted to establish rules for the commission. And I've got a draft, but I thought in the interest of time, that it allowed the public speakers to go in.
I'm good with that. Yeah, we're done.
Are you all okay with having these public speakers going on?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do 5 minutes per speaker. And the first speaker is Chris Tolson.
Or would you like me to?
Well, we've got a little podium up there. There's no
Okay.
microphone, but.
Okay, that's okay. I can talk loud, that's fine. But I'm getting home from being shy. Now, I've met some of the board here before and some of you guys out here before. I'm Chris Paulson. I grew up on a Legacy Ranch in Texas, Atlanta, Texas. I ranch my whole life. I'm a Texas master naturalist, which teaches families and kids about outdoors, nature, and so forth. We taught some of your kids out here at Active Nature Center. I'm also a Sunday school teacher. I care deeply about communities and people. I've got 32 years of the power plant industry doing environmental, EPA, GNRCC, TCEQ, plant operations, design, chemistry. So on talking about this stuff, the biggest issue I see in Texas this century is going to be water. And right now in 2025, in 2022, we had none of these data centers coming online. 2025, we have 251 gigawatt or more load data centers applied to go in Texas. Now we have the Ogalla Aquifer, we've got First, Second, Trinity, and Biloxi that run through the others. And then we've got others in various areas of the state like Edwards and so forth. Those are all dropping. The Brazos River water spoken for, it's dropping. And what I want you guys to think about, everybody in this room, is what do you want to leave your kids and your grandkids? What do you want to leave them? A land without water is worth nothing. And they're seeing water ration in California, Arizona, so forth. Okay, here's the next thing I want you to think about. As these guys move here, they're going to use a lot of resources, especially electricity. There's going to be more pollution. Most of them know that the state power load is limited. We're about 40% solar and wind. The rest balance is nuclear and gas. We don't hardly have any fossil left. So we're going to be limited on power. So as they use more power out of our grid, guess what? Our power is going to escalate in price because we have floating power costs. You're going to see more money coming out of your pocketbook on that. ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, just approved a $34 billion transmission line project going east and west, and from about this area down to the Permian Basin. It's going to be implemented $9 billion a year for 5 years. Well, guess what? Your utility bill at the end of the 5 years is going to go up an average of $120. Just for those line charges. What's that 7654? That's not for residential, that's for data centers. Because we've never had a need in the state for anything but 345 kV. So these plants are also going to provide air pollution. Most of them are going to be cheap gas plants that are going to be put up. They're going to use a lot of water. They're going to use a lot of different chemicals that are going to be injected both in the cooling water of the plant systems as well as the plants themselves for operations to protect their equipment. So this stuff goes in the environment. So we have to look at environmental controls also. And there's some things that can be used to mitigate on this type of stuff. Like I went to talk to, I've already talked to Hood County, I've talked to Somerville County, I've talked to some of the commissioners here. I've been over to Acton Municipal Water District, on record with Biloxi. So you can go ahead and look at videos and stuff. So But I talked to Acton Municipal Water District, and according to local government code 552.01 on water usage, this is local government code. It says you may supply water inside or outside municipal boundaries if the utility considers it in their best interest. So, you can use things like that. You can use emergency response stuff. What sort of chemicals do you have? What are you going to do during construction? The other thing you can use also is decommissioning. You don't want these things to stand forever. You don't want stuff to be abandoned when they leave or if it never gets completed. So the other thing you ask is before they ever get put up, you're going to fund a decommissioning you're going to fund the decommissioning on this unit. They're all going to be raised down to the ground. It's all going to be mitigated. There's nothing to be left. There has to be roadblocks put in place. And the other thing is they throw a lot of money at school districts. They'll throw it at water districts. They'll throw it at municipalities because there's a lot of money involved here. So they throw it at you to say, hey, we can enable this. They did that with our water district in Servo County. They threw enough money at them to, if they would run the water district, that if they would run the water for Sailfish, they would pay for almost all their pipelines in the county. And then you're on board and you're legally obligated to supply them with water, which we didn't have. We don't have enough water to supply something like Sailfish. The other thing I'm going to say before I quit here,
Time's expired.
can I give you this one fact here and I'll be out? Is that I figure out there's about 8 gigawatts of power all total in both counties, Somerville and Fayette County. That's enough to provide 6 million homes with power. You can realize that. That's a lot of power, a lot of cooling. Thank you, I appreciate it. The other thing, I've volunteered also that if the Development Commission needs some of my expertise, because I've been around a long time in this industry and I understand both sides of the coin, that I'll come and help.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Well, our next speaker is Shannon Wolf.
I'm Shannon Wolf. I am precinct chair for precinct 211. And over the past 2 years, a small group of ordinary citizens in Southwest Hood County have been forced into an extraordinary fight against a data center and the rapid expansion of power plants. Precinct 211 has become the epicenter of industrialization in Hood County. Within a 4.5-mile radius, we now have a data center, 3 power plants, with a 4th already breaking ground, and the largest best storage warehouse in the state of Texas. Another one is well underway. It's not a coincidence. This is concentration. And let me be clear of the cost. The people who live near these facilities are sick. Their property values are falling. Their quality of life has been stripped away. They tried to negotiate in good faith, and these companies refused. Instead, they met our neighbors with arrogance and dishonesty, and we have receipts to prove it. Hood County now stands at a crossroads, and we are being asked to decide whose future matters more, the citizens or these industries. Developers and multi-billion-dollar corporations fly in from out of state, show up in jeans and cowboy boots. They smile and make all kinds of promises that they know that they do not have to keep. Do not be fooled. These companies are not here because they like us. They are here to use our land, our air, and our water at any cost. Let's talk about water. Hood County is no stranger to severe drought. Many families inside Precinct 211 right now are already living under permanent water restrictions in 211. Told to conserve, to limit use, to plan our lives around scarcity. Yet these industries consume massive amounts of water every single day. We'll call it 1.5 million gallons of water every single day. De Cordova, 1.4 million gallons of water a day. And they're bringing in a third one. And it's going to be bigger than both of the others put together. While our citizens are asked to sacrifice, these corporations are allowed to extract. That's not shared responsibility, it's exploitation. In a drought-prone county, permitting high water use industrial facilities to operate while residents may remain under permanent restrictions creates a public safety risk, reducing available supply for firefighting, for emergency responses, and for essential household needs. And make no mistakes, we are not naive. The citizens of Hood County are awake, we are informed, we watch, and we vote. I hear a lot of discussion about noise pollution, and yes, it is relentless. There is no relief. But what you should really be talking about is the air our children will breathe, what our elderly will inhale, and the lights that never turn off. A coworker of mine who lives near an Amazon facility said to me that his home is never dark. He hasn't seen stars from his own backyard in years. That's the kind of future that's being proposed for Hood County. And your home values, oh, they will decline. That's not speculation, that is reality. And the one thing I want to say about TCEQ is they do not consider the cumulative impact. They look at every single permit as a standalone permit. And so all of these things that are happening in 211, the air quality, those things, they do not consider for power plants. They only consider each one, even though they are walking distance from each other. Thank you.
Okay, Cheryl Shadden is our next speaker.
I'm Cheryl Shadden. I can tell you guys all about living next to a data center. I've lived across the street from Marathon Digital. Originally it was Compute North. Here in 2021, our commissioners and our sheriff and everybody met with Compute North. Compute North said they were a data center. They were going to provide jobs. It was going to be all that. It was going to be great for Hood County. Then they sold. Generate Capital US Bitcoin took over. Next thing you know, Marathon Digital came in. In 2023, in the summer of 23, when it got hotter than hell outside in the state of Texas, I heard my first valve blow from Wolf Hollow 2. By valve blow, I mean an explosion that went on all night long. I struggled to get up to go to work the next day. My eyes were on fire. They were burning. Then the next valve blow happened in November of 2023. That went on all day long, scared my neighbor's cattle, scared my horses, scared my dogs, scared me. Had friends come over, they heard it as well. That's how I spent my Thanksgiving in November of 23. Then the next valve explosion happened. We thought another Uri was coming in January of 2024. That's when I first met Shannon and I told her about the problems in 211. Now, why did all these valve explosions happen? Because initially Wolf Hollow 2 was only using 66% of their capacity until Marathon started to take over and the data center came in. Now they're running at 99.6% capacity. I lived through valve blows constantly for the last 2.5 years. One in April lasted 3 days. TCEQ inspectors were in my driveway. They experienced it as well. When they went over to the plant to talk to the plant manager at Wolf Hollow 2 about it, oh, you know, it's just valve blows. By valve blows, I mean 24/7 that rocket your windows, crack your doors, rattle your homes, wake neighbors up who are dying in their beds from pancreatic cancer. That's what this does to our entire area. When you go, what does this have to do with the river basin? Because all of this sound travels across the river. It travels across the lake. People in Pecan hear it. Then you talk about the valve blow incidents. When they blow these valves, those emissions are not scrubbed. All of that pollution is settling at a maximum dispersion of 5 to 10 miles away from these power plants. That is the river basin. That is all the tributaries. That is this area. What erosion control are they doing over there at Wolf Hollow? What erosion control are they doing at De Cordova? And then let's talk about buffer zones. When Wolf Hollow 1 came in, they had a buffer zone. It was protecting the community. When Wolf Hollow 2 came in, there's no buffer zone. When I asked the Brazos River Authority what impact studies were done in 2023, when I became aware of this impact my life, none. When I asked Texas Parks and Wildlife what has happened with them, have they done impact studies historically, presently, or in the future? They've done none. We have endangered species in this area. We have eagles. It's so bad where I live, hogs don't even come through anymore.
Wow.
Now, you want to get rid of hogs? Come live next to the data center. That's what you can do. This is the impact that we are faced with every day. I have permanent conduction hearing loss because I've been pummeled by this noise for the last 2 years. So when you talk about public health and welfare and then property value damage, I've lost 75% of my home value. I've lived here for 30 years. My home is paid off. I couldn't sell my home if I wanted to. I'd be lucky to give it away. So the impact to me personally is monstrous. This is going to continue to happen all throughout Hood County if we don't do something to protect the people in this area.
Our next speaker is Kenneth Meador.
So I am Ken Better. I appreciate the time to speak with you people. Now, there's been a lot of talk about different damages that are occurring from things like this. A friend of mine, was able to do a study based upon the information we were obtaining about the Sailfish project. The information we had was it's going to be a 5 gigawatt data center at full build out. And so it's like, okay, we'll go with the numbers. We've not been able to get any information from NRG, which is the power supply. So it's like, okay, the 5 gigawatt. So doing the numbers, we don't know what kind of cooling they're planning on doing. If they used water cooling for their towers, for the power plant, that would use 42 million gallons of water a day for the power plant. Brian Hughes says this project is going to use 150,000 gallons of water a day. But he's talking about the data center. They tell you about the data center because those uses are small. Now, if we switch to dry cooling for the power plant, which is a 5 gigawatt power plant, we'll build it out. You go from 42 million gallons of water a day to a little over 1 million gallons of water a day. Okay, so that's going to be just like what is being going on over at the Wolf Hollow plant. Okay. The county commissioners, the city of Granbury, city of Glen Rose, commissioners in Somerville County, all want their communities to grow. They want more residents there. They want more shopping. They want people to come and visit, see the lake, see the rivers, and have a good time in their counties. And then they go back to where they're going and we can grow. If these continue, there's 8 of these data centers proposed right now for Hood County. It's 42 million gallons a day for this one data center. If they were using cool or water cooling, would deplete the Brazos completely. It would drain Lake Granbury. It would drain the Biloxi River. So this would not be the oasis that it is, even though we're in a drought. It would be a desert. Okay, so 1 million gallons a day. There's 3 power plants at Wolf Hollow. Well, about to be 3.
About to be 4.
We'll get 4. Then if we keep adding these on there, that million gallons a day coming out of the Trinity Aquifer, because that's the only place left for them to draw water from here. These numbers were vetted by the Upper Trinity. They said these are good numbers, that our math was good. We used their mathematics to do it with. They want to prove this, but nobody has the full plans from Sailfish or NRG. I don't know about the stuff for Pacifico. Those are the 2 that are closest to coming to fruition. If we don't protect our county, then we're gonna be in bad trouble. Commission is going to be here to give recommendation to county. But we need to get the word to the city councils and everybody else to let them know that we all need to be prepared for what these people are trying to bring here. Don't let this be our legacy. Don't give this county away. So, if anybody has any questions, then just let me know.
I just gonna add on one thing to your deal is that I know that these are gonna be, basically combustion turbine HRSG units, which are heat recovery steam generators. And because of that design, everything that goes into the unit has to be ultra pure water. And it's not filtered. If it goes all the way to the turbine, it has to have no impurities in it. So these tend to maintain real high blowdown rates for wasted water. Because they're cheap units to build, because the structural integrity don't require a drum to hold a lot of water. But you blow that water completely onto the turbine, so it has to be ultra pure all the time, so you maintain a lot of flow. So they use a lot of water for these, and most of them are gonna be that CTs or HRSG units in the county. Your time's up there. Thank you, Ken.
All right, our next speaker is Shannon Watts.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Shannon Watts. I'm a board certified pediatrician and I've provided care for patients here in Granbury for the last 24 years. Every day in my office, my goal is to provide the very, very best care for my patients. In pediatrics, that sometimes consists of just kind of taking care of illnesses, but most importantly, it consists of educating my families on preventative medicine to maintain a long, healthy life. And I want to go back to where subchapter K was being pointed out earlier. And that actually says the purpose of subchapter K is to promote public health is the first thing on that line.
Yes.
And there is nothing about this that promotes public health.
That's right.
So I know y'all are there to make recommendations, but I really request that you do everything when you're making your recommendations to stop these data centers and these power plants from coming to Hood County. The proponents definitely, they highlight and they are targeting people about the economic benefits that this will bring and how you can build fancy schools and bring all these things. But there is nothing, there's no benefit as far as the environmental, health, or ecological costs that this will cause in our county. It is profound and it is irreversible. No amount of money worth sacrificing the health of Hood County residents, including the children that I care for daily. The impacts are not hypothetical. They are well documented in peer-reviewed research, as well as in regulatory assessments that have been done. Specifically, I just want to focus on like air quality to start with and the public health and how it will be affected by the multiple gas plants required to support these data centers. Natural gas plants are often marketed as clean, but they still emit large quantities of nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxides, particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and hazardous air pollutants such as formaldehyde and hexane. All are associated with respiratory illnesses and cancer, as documented by the American Lung Association in 2023. An article in the Science Advances in 2025 noted that oil and gas activities caused 91,000 premature deaths annually in the US. Linked to this is 216,000 cases of childhood asthma and 1,600 lifetime cancer diagnoses in children. Texas is currently among the states with the highest health burden resulting from gas plants related health concerns, and we'll only go up from there. A study from the Harvard School of Public Health reported that natural gas combustion at stationary sources such as power plants now causes more premature deaths than the coal plants in at least 19 states. There's an article by Rowland in 2025 that showed that hazardous air pollutants from national gas combustion, including benzenes and formaldehyde, pose carcinogenic risk, particularly for communities within 1 mile of such facilities. And we know there are plenty of residents living within 1 mile of all these proposed places. The Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air in 2021 did an epidemiological modeling, suggests that fossil gas power generation could cause hundreds of premature deaths annually in regions with multiple plants. Well, we already have multiple plants. We don't need any more. Okay. I'm going to touch really quickly on one particular toxin in the details a little bit more. When I said particulate matter, that specifically is talking about PM 2.5, which stands for particulate matter with a diameter of 2.5 micrometers or smaller. These are tiny, tiny airborne particles, about 30 times smaller than the width of a human hair. And these penetrate deep into the lungs and even enter the bloodstream. PM 2.5 exposure from gas plants is linked to cardiovascular disease, strokes, asthma, and premature mortality. The estimated health-related social cost of PM 2.5 emissions from gas and biomass reached $777 billion annually and 69,000 premature deaths attributed to those sources. A 2025 study quantified that the PM 2.5 concentrations near gas-fired plants at levels far above the World Health Organization recommended annual average, and linked these exposures to increased risk of asthma and ischemic heart disease. Why is PM 2.5 so dangerous? The respiratory effects. You've got worsens asthma, bronchitis, other lung diseases. You've got the cardiovascular effects, heart attacks, strokes, and ischemic heart disease. And then the systemic impacts that have been documented associated with diabetes, cognitive decline, and premature death. I mean, nothing good about it. Nothing I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, I've been asked for a quick 5-minute break, so that, I can do the rest of the speaker.
So all of this that you talked about, it was all to see websites that I had not right, and then they needed it started when I looked it up, that it was cardiovascular complexity. They didn't know why.
Ominous pulmonary.
I wish you could stand up.
Danny's wife, Danny's wife. Allergy.
Be with the topic.
Very hot. Very hot.
Without really. And make. Because it's hard to get. Yeah, I was too, but the recognition, it was the word. I had a second page related to what. But our commissioners knew that,
Some of it.
Premium or whatever it's called. It's going in Boston.
Virginia brownie.
Yes.
I know, and that's what. Well, right. There was one, they say that they. Yeah. Oh, and Amherst tonight, because that's all the people, they really should. Right, I have to go all around, so. The other way. Yeah, I just try, yeah, I always try to like keep on the eight, or, you know, something like that. Well, that's usually what I go through, I make sure like I, stick my tongue.
Yeah, man.
Well, that and my kids. Well, that's. Right, that's right. Yeah, yeah. But then you have the problem, because you do the $8,000 installation and there's no ROI on that, so it's a piece of land. I got some.
I'm concerned, I feel nobody says. But they're gonna be commenting here like, really, they're like original, they're like, this is better than slash good. They're gonna get a lot of money, building their stadium, high school. Blue skies, it's like a field full of spray on these jobs. Well, you know, they create people.
Yes.
That's gonna be you like. So that's, about 270,000 houses with electricity.
Yeah.
We'll get so many people to operate this stuff. About 60. And so does it bring really jobs?
That's where
that brings about its own set of issues. Water usage, pollution, road damage. So, yeah, that's the, and a lot of the money, and the money actually, tax dollars go to law. They don't even pay us $1. So you're gonna get a lot of that. It's no much of a.
Excuse me, are we going to like that? We're gonna get started with the next speaker. Yes. Okay, we're getting started back up. Our next speaker is Kayla Green. Kayla Green.
Good afternoon. I'm Kayla Green. I have a PhD from Texas A&M University in bioinorganic chemistry and a subspecialty in analytical chemistry. I did my postdoctoral work at UT Southwestern Medical Center. I'm now a professor at Texas Christian University. I'm also an assistant dean, and I have a number of roles. I say all of that because I have worked on a daily basis on the instrumentation, doing the measurements, understanding the chemistry of these chemicals that are going to be produced at these plants. The chemicals that are going to go into these wastewater treatment plants. I've used those instruments and done those measurements on a daily basis for the last 20 years. So in that regard, I think it's important to look at things from a different standpoint. Any industry with this level of chemical output needs heavy regulation that we don't have the infrastructure in Hood County or Somerville County to completely mandate at this point in time. I think it's clear we don't have those regulations in place. I know that these measurements are done, and I've done those measurements myself and reviewed these papers and grants, and I know the amount of money that it costs to do these measurements. And I think that's something that we need to think very critically about as the level of Hood County and Somerville County. These measurements are done using spectrophotometers and photometers that measure small concentrations of chemicals in different solids, liquids, and gases. They use instruments that cost millions of dollars. We don't have those here, and we don't have the infrastructure to develop centers to do that analysis within Hood County. The availability of what these centers are these data centers are gonna need to do to test the chemicals that come out of these waste streams, they're gonna have to send them over 60 to 80 miles to do the analysis. We cannot depend on these companies to do these analysis and give us results that are going to be non-biased. When Hood County and Somerville County are required to do these analyses themselves, a single study will cost $1,000 for one molecule. How do I know this? Because I paid for this in my own research. I've established a research group. We've brought in over $3 million of grants, 60 research papers. So I know how much this stuff costs. It will cost the county between $60,000 to $100,000 a month to pay for this analysis. Then you're going to have to hire someone like me to put together reports to tell you what that data means and interpret it for the general public and explain to you why this is a healthcare concern and why this is irrefutable and irreversible damage to our health and our environment. To hire a PhD or a civil engineer to do this after the fact, after we have missed regulation, after we have done none of the work to get this in place to stop these centers, that's going to be another $200,000 a year for one individual with an advanced degree to do these studies. This is a time that we can have interference and we can mandate regulations, and we can try to put infrastructure in place to control what we have there. So some things that I think are important to think about that haven't been touched on are these closed loop water systems. They've been really, oh, they're great. They're not going to use up much water. But I think anybody who's used any amount of water, it knows we're going to have to put chemicals in these systems to prevent them from mold, biology, bacteria, all of these things that can happen. Well, those use things called PFAS, which are forever chemicals. And they persist in soil and water. There's no way to remove them. There's over $1 billion of grant money out right now trying to figure out a way to remove PFAS from our environment. I'm a chemist and I see this every day. People are trying to figure out how to remove PFAS from the environment. We cannot do it. These filtering systems that you talked about, we can't use them to get PFAS out of our water. We can't get them out of soil. Once they are there forever. They cause cancers, they cause other types of diseases, neurodegeneration, nothing that we want our children exposed to. These are things that we can regulate now, but we can't even measure them, much less remove them. And so with that, I just want to encourage you all to think about the science behind it. And, I'm here to help if that means anything, but I also want to commend all of you for being here today and showing so much encouragement and fight for this. It's really wonderful to be a part of the Hood County community, and I thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Georgina Hidalgo. Georgina Hidalgo.
Chairwoman, when the people signed up today, do you sign up under any kind of heading, like for,
No, we were
against, or?
just- Well, some of them mark it on the form. Yes.
I don't see anybody else outside.
Okay, we'll go with the next one. Tina Brown.
I really don't have a whole lot to say that hasn't already been said. I just want to say thank you. Y'all have done an enormous amount of work, and I just want to thank every one of you for all the work you've done. Yes.
Okay, our next speaker is Kurt Pesky.
Thank you. I'm Kirk Teskey. Have had an opportunity to speak with the county commissioners for a couple of times, and I mainly would like to just share with you that I've got a long history of experience in large scale developments, not necessarily in data centers, but I am very familiar with data centers and the design of them, the construction of them. I believe the group is beginning to understand the magnitude of what we're talking about. It is substantial. All of the health, safety, and welfare issues that have been addressed are very much spot on. The water concerns that have been addressed are spot on. But I want to commend this group for what they did today. You've done exactly what I think should have been done in taking a step to put in a temporary moratorium. It's great to hear that we're doing something, because I've been hearing too much about what we can't do. And I'm just highly encouraged. I want to commend you for that. The only thing that I would say is act fast. I know how developers work. I've spent my career working with them. They're going to know exactly what was discussed today. And if you want to have a chance at stopping this, you're going to have to act extremely fast. I stood before you in this group talking about the Sailfish project. They're trying to permit one power plant, gas-fired power plant right now. I shared with you several months ago that they were going to need a lot more than one. We found out recently that they requested water rights from Somerville County Water District to supply water for 3 power plants. And I don't know if that's been shared with anybody at here at Hood County or not. So this is just the beginning. So there's going to be a significant non-attainment cost with the air quality in this region. It's probably with the power plants that have already been approved, you're probably going to step into the non-attainment on your air quality, which is going to cost every citizen in this county to register their vehicles and have them tested. And the last thing that I would just like to say is that don't be concerned about lawsuits just from the developers. There are organized citizens that look at subchapter K, and there's obligations on behalf of the governmental authorities in this county to take some action to protect the health, safety, and welfare of this county.
That's right.
Can I add one more thing on to, I'm just gonna tag team for a second, and that is, I worked several times talked to Kevin Taylor in the water district in several county about 4 times, appeared before the board twice. We withdrew our memorandum of understanding with Sailfish because we couldn't supply the water. The people deserve the water, not the units, so we're not gonna do it anymore. It didn't make sense to our water districts. The water rights aren't there, the underground water for the amount they were using. I gave Kevin numbers on all this stuff.
Madam Chairman.
Not enough.
He's already spoken. Can we get on to the rest?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
You can have my
You
time.
can have some of mine.
There's still time from the last.
I'm not gonna go that long, I promise.
It's your decision.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, our next speaker is Jim Bell.
I have to agree with Tina, and I think you guys have come here prepared, and I was impressed by how this meeting went today. I really was. I have high hopes for y'all. I'm up here because I want you to seriously consider using all of the consulting resources that are available to you here in this county. We had a workshop here in this very room a while back, and there was a guy named David Bruce Haley who spoke up, who had multiple degrees and a lifetime history of developing data centers, who grew up here in Paluxy Valley. He does not live here right now. So that's the reason he did not apply to be on this commission. But I urge you to use people like him and Mr. Paulson here for information, because I've talked to David Bruce Haley twice for an hour, and he is so knowledgeable and so thorough. I had to hang up and say, this is a lot to digest. I have to go marinate on this stuff. But he talks about a lot of things, but one of the things he talked about was that whatever they're proposing, and you can't really trust Brian Hughes. I looked him up. He's proposing data centers in over 150 locations. They're just not all here. He's a real estate developer. He doesn't care about the data center. He just wants to develop the real estate. You can't trust this guy. You can't trust TCEQ. Wolf Hollow applied for and got twice permits not to operate, but to pollute. They applied for permits to exceed maximum allowable pollutants in air and water. And we spoke, and they let us speak, and they granted the permit on the spot in a matter of seconds without further research, without looking into it or anything. I think it's very possible that they're fast tracking this for a reason. I don't know if they've got a blessing from the governor or not. But when I talked to David Bruce Haley, he was so knowledgeable. He knows all about the drainage. He knows about the power needs, groundwater effects from extraction, the size of the pipes that they have to use to sink down to extract this groundwater, and what it causes in terms of things like cones to the water table underneath our ground. Those of us who were here in 2014, remember when Granbury Lake was down? I live in Water's Edge. When I bought my house in 2014, I could walk across the canal without getting my knees wet. We're going to see that again if this comes down here. But you can't trust them. According to this same guy, they're only telling you what they need for phase 1. That's all they're doing. They're telling you what they need for phase 1. They have plans for 3 phases at least. And there's 5 data centers proposed right now. But I've got sources that there's at least 7 coming. And I hope they don't get here. But if they do, This guy knows about the sound impact, the size of the slab they need to use, what they have to do when it's over and they have to mitigate and they have to go out, but they're not being honest with us. They're lying through their teeth.
They are.
They want the water, they want the air, they don't care about the impact. Cheryl Shadden mentioned that we were looking at impact zones 10 miles away. When I spoke against TCEQ permit request, they countered in writing that I was an unaffected party. My house is 6.4 miles from Wolf Hollow, even though I live in the city. She said the impact zone was 10 miles. Well, according to the World's Authority on Ultra Low Frequency Sound and the bad effects it has on human health, once that sound drops below the level we can hear, that sound wave is 17 meters long. It penetrates through the hills, it penetrates through the buildings, and it'll do it for 200 miles. So how is it I'm not an affected party? 6 point whatever miles away from these plants. And he said that this Bitcoin operation that's down there that's currently owned by Marathon, that's nothing next to what's coming. He says next to them, this operation's bottom feeding. And when they're done, are they gonna make the land right again? They gonna bust up that 18-inch thick slab and put the land right again? I know my time's up. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good.
Our next speaker is Linda. Can't find me.
Cabinet.
Hi, my name is Linda Peckineck. I'm a resident in Hood County. I have a lot of concerns. First, I want to thank this commission for taking the role that you've taken and for giving us the time to speak out. And I feel like there are legislative protections that decision makers are not taking into consideration, and it needs to be. And also that has the emergency management fire marshal been included in determining what type of plans and restrictions need to be imposed? So that if there were an emergency, will our citizens be taken care of? I think they need to be included in determining what regulations we need to protect us. And also, concerns about the health issue and having a health director that review and, members on your commission that are part of the health community. Because there's a lot of data that these centers all are detrimental to our health. And most of us moved here way before data centers were even a thing. So if there is protective legislation, it needs to be updated. The intent is clear. They wanted this area protected. And we need to do whatever we need to do to make that happen. That's right. And if I have any time left, I'd like to allow anyone else that wants to speak to have my time.
Did you want me to add anything? Okay.
All right, next speaker, Tom and Minda Huss. Or Hurst. Tom and Minda. It looks like HUST.
Yeah. HUS.
I know them, they're not here.
Clayton Holmes.
Promised to take my 5 minutes, although my wife forgot that she heard me say that. I'm Clayton Holmes. I live in Pecan, live on the river. And so I I want to just say couple of same things that I want to say that some other people have said, which is, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. I appreciate the commission being here. I appreciate an attempt to do something proactive. I can tell you that I've lived in communities. I moved here 5 years ago. I've lived in some communities that don't do it, and we can all drive through those towns and see what they look like now in terms of a number of their. But this one in particular is very important to me. I would just like to say, again, several things have been mentioned, and I want to make it clear that I agree with all of the concerns expressed here. I appreciate Mr. Long, his attempt to get the moratorium. I think it's only rational. I would also appreciate what the person said a few people ago, that we shouldn't be scared of lawsuits. That's anybody can sue. I'm in healthcare. I'm a physical therapist. Anybody can sue anybody for anything. If we're scared of that, we're scared of breathing. Okay, so at any rate, just one specific personal experience. I'm 4 miles from Mitchell Bend, and I can hear the sound in my house sometimes, much less outside in my backyard. I have a beautiful backyard, goes to the river. We have deer and turkey, and by the way, those hogs will probably come to us if they get displaced across the river. So, but I think that and you're welcome to come to my house if you don't believe. I'm 4 miles away, and I hear it really well. That's really all I had to say, other than I really appreciate y'all. Yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
So I'm Cindy Highsmith, and I live at 9712 Bell Chase in Pecan Plantation. My home will be directly across from Pacifico Energy. And what I'm asking, I commend what's happened today. I'm very excited about the moratorium, but I'm going to ask you to use every available means to assist you in your endeavors. And I'm going to ask you to please contact Representative Slauson. Go and speak with her. Let her know what is going on and what our expectations are of her office and how she can help us. Same thing with Senator Birdwell. Even though Senator Birdwell is not running again, and at some point he will become the Assistant Secretary of War. Right now, his office is still functioning. I remember he was the head of natural resources for years. That means he was over TCQ. And right now, one reason you have gone over many reasons to have this moratorium. One of the main ones is that the air in Hood County has not been measured by TCQ since April of 2022. They have not measured it. And I have a letter here from an email from Clint Harned, and he is the committee director for the Senate Committee of Natural Resources. Work with him because, they're not measuring our air here. And the reason is because the site went down. And they're at the point right now, I wanted to let you know that we have received confirmation from TCQ that they are in the contract procurement phase regarding the Midlothian air monitor replacement. This means that the site has been approved and they are working on preparing the site. This is where the timeline can vary based on the contract process, but a rough estimate is sometime around next summer that they would start building it. Okay, so
you know, you need to look at. This is Hood County, we have about 70,000 people. There's about 10,000 people in Somerville County. Harris County, 5 million people. The county just south of it, Fort Bend County, 1 million people. Count up the number of power plants in Hood County. Count up the number of power plants in Harris County. Count up the number of plants in Fort Bend County. There's one in Fort Bend County. It's called W.A. Parish. How many do we have here and how many are being proposed? This is crazy what's going on here. We're being asked to supply energy for the Metroplex, for Dallas, Fort Worth, and for their AI needs. This is crazy. This county cannot take this. This will ruin this county. And I'm asking you to get with Slauson, get with Birdwell. The Clean Air Coalition is going to be coming out with their report. And we are non-attainment right now. We have been non-attainment.
That's right.
That's right. And guess what? We're just waiting for the EPA to slap it on us, folks, because we're non-attainment. And get with the BRA. Go talk with the BRA. Go talk with them. My husband's gone down there and spoke. You can speak every month. There's an open and talk about this. Say, we need your help. We need you to be involved. Okay, so we had the head of the BRA, Vic Huber, who lives here in Gregory. He's no longer the president of the BRA, but he's very knowledgeable. He lives here. Get with him. Get with Rick Huber. And Rick Huber, you know what he told me? I've been texting him and saying, you know, talking about this. He goes, no. And I said, why, Rick? He said, because only 2 years ago, this is the second year that they have had water to sell. Before that, there was no water to sell. So, AMUD, when people have gone to talk to them, we are talking apples, they are talking oranges. They are talking about treatment, that they can treat it. Whoopie-doo. We're talking about water, the actual water. So I urge this commission to get with all of these people. Don't just keep it with the law firm and with the commissioners. Spread out, flap your wings, get everybody involved with this, because there needs to be some big changes in state laws. If you don't start now, if you wait until the 90th legislature, you've waited way too long. We need to talk to them right now. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, our next speaker is Brian Glenn.
Sorry, I was standing for almost 2 hours. That's something generic. I've talked to you all before. You've seen me a number of times. You know who I am, Brian Glenn. I live right across the street on MacArthur Court from where Mansion circles. I talked about water. I talked about air. I talked about setbacks. Talked about sound. I'm not gonna waste your time at this anymore. I think what the court has done here today is fantastic. You've done what you need to do. What I'd like to see is that it actually happens. That we have a commissioner's court that has the strength to do what needs to be done. But I think we have some of the right people here to do it. We have plenty of people to draw from do it. One of the things that I've been doing is taking a look at the development requirements that we've been talking about this morning at length. I listened to Commissioner Samuelson, who said, tell me what changes need to happen to this document. And I said, I can redline. I'm an engineer. I can go through here and bleed all over this.
The problem is, it needs to be bled all over. This document is absolutely bereft of any requirements for development of anything industrial, commercial. It's worrying about homes. How many homes can I put on 1 acre? It has nothing to do. It appalls me that we have, I don't know, we have gas pressurization plant up on Nixon 56, not too far from my house. What the hell did they develop there? There's no development requirements anywhere in here for that. The cement plant down the street from 377. I mean, maybe they got special requirements, but it's not in the county code. This thing practically needs to be rewritten. Every little section has an input. Now, as an engineer, I have experience making red lines on documents and presenting them to management and saying things like, there's way too many changes here. And we may not disagree with the change, but if there's too many, it's going to look. So I don't know what the approach is going to do. Make red lines on every 5th paragraph like needs happen. We need definitions. What is industrial use? They actually have one sentence where they use the term industrial use. Not a single requirement goes against it. Not a single restriction. They're just in context of the discussion. We need to define industrial use or something in this document. And my thinking is it's going to have to be a whole subsection onto itself in order to get it approved, so that we don't have to get 50 little red lines approved. Okay, it's not in the definitions section. Refer forward to the section that's hit. Maybe it needs its own document. This is so totally different from anything that is controlled by development in this county that I've seen. And what I want to take a look at is this strategic plan, because that seems to be pretty strategic here. It's referred to the 100-year floodplain. Where is that? Where is that document? Because there's some really good restrictions here, if I have the time and if I can find them. And they're talking about letting the land alone because it cleanses the water right the way it is. It's not a novel concept. We leave it alone. It'll be better for all of us if we leave it alone. If we can define some of those regions in these areas where all the water's flowing down into the Brazos, ultimately to the ocean. And as far as air goes, I watched the last, TCEQ where, Cheryl was the only one that was allowed to talk. And she started talking and telling about some of the things that were going on around here, and they cut her off. You cannot say that here. We wouldn't want anybody who's been doing bad to be identified here. And I had reviewed the document ahead of time, 37 pages of going through discounting everybody's concern. We don't need to waste our time with TCEQ. They're going to rubber stamp.
That's right. They are.
That's right.
But if we wanted to, we ought to take a look at that Wolf Hollow 3 document that they put out discounting everybody. And we've got a real good plan for that to look at. What are they going to say and how can we fight it? And the air, the cumulative air, we're already out of attainment.
That's right.
Everybody knows that. TCEQ, they got a model that says they're only 98%. 98%. And it's a model. Oh, and we've not taken any data to validate that model. Okay, I may not be an environmentalist, but I'm an engineer, and I know a model is useless unless you tested it with data.
That's right.
And changed your model until the model could then reproduce the data that you have that's real.
That's right. That's
They
right.
haven't come close to that, but they have enough confidence to be within 2% of non-attainment and say that's okay. And we're only looking at Wolf Hollow 3 here, not 2 and 1 right next to it,
And
or
Big
Comanche,
Cordova.
or everything else that's around here. That's ridiculous.
Your time's expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Donna Kelleher. Donna Kelleher.
She's here.
Oh.
I want to thank the committee today for recognizing that the moratorium is absolutely necessary, mostly because we're not prepared. We're not prepared for the future that others are proposing to impose on us. So I took a look at the county development regulations for other counties. Okay, chapters and chapters and chapters and chapters, some that address conservation, archaeological, paleontological. I think that this committee has the opportunity to tailor the regulations to what's here, to who we are, to what our county is all about. I think it's really important to do that work and to really look outside to what's already been done at the other counties. Take a look at Travis County. I'm not recommending anything at this point, but it's expansive in the context of them saying, you have to do these studies, you have to do these studies at this interval, and you will bear the cost of these studies. Okay, so let's talk about the studies for just a minute. If we do environmental impact studies or any other type of study, I think we have to have a projection on that study that matches the life of the project. Typically, these projects are probably going to have a 30 or 40 year useful life. So that leads me to the question of, well, who's going to run out of water first? And the reason that stays in my mind so intensely is the TCEQ presentation that was made to my neighborhood, which is Bentwater in Hood County, in August of 2023. And I'm going to try to show you this on my little phone, because I don't want to have a big phone. Okay. So this is the aquifer. All right, you see it's like this little wedge shape that falls off and gets you. Then they've got these lines. And these lines show you which county it's in. So the really deep part is Kaufman County, then it moves to Ellis County, then it goes to Johnson County. Now I'm going to blow up just Hood County right here. Okay. See Hood County? Okay. See how we're like in this triangle wedge? All right. I live in the skinny part of the wedge. Bentwater is in the skinny part of the wedge. What does that mean? Well, they came out and talked to us because we couldn't use our water to water. And I lost all of my landscaping because I participated in the no watering. I probably shouldn't have, but I did. So I'm asking, are we going to have any projection that says that that part of the county, which is in the little skinny part of that wedge at the high point of the aquifer, when are they going to run out of water? Who's going to run out of water first? Is it the people who live in Bentwater and Mallard Point and De Cordova and Harbor Lakes and all those places? Who is running out of water first? Because when you have this, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a hydrologist, okay, but I can read. And it seems to me that my neighborhood might run out of water way before the data center runs out of water. And I don't know how long the study is going to cover their usage and our ability to replenish. Because to replenish requires percolation through layers of limestone, because I listened to that report that TCEQ gave. And I read an MIT review that came in the mail for my husband, not for me, but I read it, okay? And the biggest concern with data centers is how much heat they generate. So now you have all this heat. It's actually going to change our environment. It's going to change the air and the temperature level around us. And their big challenge as data center operators and data center people is how to get rid of that heat. But here's the but. Sailfish has nothing to do with that. Sailfish is an opportunistic real estate developer that has no client, no lease right now. But once they get an approval, they are making bank. And we're the only thing stopping them. And this ability to make a regulation is really, really powerful.
231, conflict with other laws. If a development regulation adopted under this subchapter imposed higher standards than those required under another statute of local order of regulation, the regulations adopted under this subchapter controls. If the other statute or local order or regulation imposes higher standards, that statute, order, or regulation controls. Let's be the higher standard. I encourage this committee to roll up their sleeves, to write that. Thank you for letting me speak.
You got 2 left to go. The next speaker is Chris Brooking. Chris Brooking?
She may have left. She was outside for a while.
Okay. Mark Lowry.
Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road, Hood County, Texas. Thank you. There was probably 3 times as many people outside trying to get in. So I thank the citizens of this community that are showing an interest and a passion to safeguard our beautiful Hood County, Texas. I want to thank the Commissioners Court for creating this Development Commission. I want to thank the Development Commission for passing the moratorium, which I think was critical for us to gain some time to do some research. I wish it had been unanimous. We were outside, we were hearing a little bit of it, couldn't hear it all clearly. I think it passed 3-1.
Yeah. So
I want to thank the commission for, I want to also thank our legacy, our ancestors. When they created this in 1990, 99, I think it was, this subchapter K, they had no earthly idea what this was going to mean to our generation today. They were thinking about water. They didn't know what a lithium battery was. They didn't know what data centers were. But fortunately, they either had the insight and wisdom, or they missed it and let it so vague that we can now protect ourselves with subchapter K. And I'm all into expanding subchapter K as far as we can go to protect us. We've got to protect Hood County, the natural beauty that we have here. I've been to 7, 8, maybe more of those community meetings. I've been to this court, Commissioner's Court, or the special court they had, speaking out against these things. I think we don't know enough about it. I'm humbled to speak after some of these people here just blow me out of the water with their knowledge, their experience, their education. We have to tap into that here in this commission. We have to tap into that experience, that knowledge, the education. I think she's left with the doctor of pediatrics. If that don't wake you up, what does? This gentleman's experience, tap into him. Because I guarantee you, none of you on this row, nor the Commissioner's Court, has experience on the environmental issues, which is my biggest concern for Hood County, the environment. We're at a crossroads. We're 2 crossroads. The first crossroads we just passed. They established a commission, this commission. They passed a moratorium. We've successfully passed through that crossroads. The next one is our legacy. Many have spoken before about the legacy. Our legacy, this commission, Commissioner's Court, you're the elected authorities, you're the appointed authorities. Your legacy is from the generations to come is going to say, did we safeguard our county? Did we safeguard our natural beauty, our resources, our trees, our land, our water? Listen, I've been to those meetings. I spent an hour and a half on Cheryl Shadden's property. If you haven't been there, I recommend you go. Some of the commissioners from the court have been. So you need to go out there. You need to listen and see what's going on out there. If you don't, you can't make an educated decision on what's going on. So I suggest bring some type of these experts that we see here speaking regularly at these meetings. Tap into the TCU scientist that was here in the back. Get her on our commissions, on our court, our development commission. Tap into their knowledge, their skills. We're at a crossroads. We're either going to leave the county better than when we got here, or we're going to destroy it for generations to come. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the speakers. Just to be clear on the moratorium, we made a motion to allow ourselves to amend the regulations to then allow for the recommendation of a moratorium.
To recommend it to the court.
To recommend to the commissioners court a moratorium, so.
And to recommend to the court. The amendment of regulations.
But hopefully the commissioners court will have the wisdom that you all had.
We
to
hope
pass
so.
this.
That's what I was saying.
This court cannot vote to change the regulations. The commissioners, of course, almost got that power.
We're taking the first step forward.
Hopefully the commissioner court will successfully pass your recommendation forward.
All right, that's all the public speakers.
Excuse me, I was one of the people outside.
What was your
And,
name?
Sandra Boulash. And
Did
we
you fill it-
we had developed no, I signed a list outside, the fire marshal. And,
Well, come on up and speak.
okay. Thank you.
He started with a list and then he went to the forms.
I'm going to stand up here. My name is Sandra Boulash, and I'm a resident of Somerville County. I live on the southern end of Farm Market 61 around Chalk Mountain. And there's not a time that I shop in Granbury quite often, so I'm going up and down 51. There's not a time that I have ever driven up and down that highway and I've just looked at it in awe because it's a beautiful valley. Do we want to change that? Do we want that marred forever? It's just gorgeous. And tourists come here, the motorcyclists, they ride up and down. I know because I hear them not too far in from my house. And so there's a lot to be said for our quality of life. And I'm making it about me, but you know what? There's a bunch of me's here today. So we need to consider that. For your committee, maybe you should look at your local emergency planning committee for emergency response and management, because they would have data about what goes on in planning for emergencies. Are you gonna require the fire plants, let's hope they don't get built, but you're gonna require them to have a fire brigade, some sort of emergency response plan? The same thing for the data centers. Are they gonna try to leverage the county? Or are they gonna have their own way to battle whatever all the chemicals are that were spoken about earlier? So there's just things to think about. This is probably one of the most beautiful areas of Hood County. And, this is our life and not the developers' lives. So let's protect it. Thank you.
Shoulder bonds.
All right, that concludes all the public speakers. The rest of our meeting, we're gonna take agenda item 4, which is to discuss other administrative matters for the commission establishing.
That's strongly enough because I testified for Taurus and it's up to the China also. And Marathon Constellation saddled with us. They know and they're not to be. So they are already planning on how to outmaneuver you guys. Fast. Thank you. Go, push. Thank you. Yeah, right. Thank you, Steve. Well, you are. Research.
Very nice to meet you, Lori.
I might have shot you. Other side of me.
Well, I've got one.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, appreciate it.
Yeah, I know you guys have of course, about.
Is that your motorcycle? The lady's been carrying going down the road?
Maybe. Thanks. I didn't get too much outside, but thank you so much.
You might have an issue.
No,
No, I'm sure you get that fairly often.
We do, now he's.
We need to find
family
remedies to
We need to, but I think there's more to it.
But let's start there.
Yeah,
I mean, let's start
I have
there
to
and
admit.
then go down. Let's start.
They may say.
Yeah.
If they so I grew up with their boy Nick.
Okay.
So when I heard that, I was like,
Yeah, yeah. Yes, no, different, yes.
okay.
What I mean is.
Different spellings. Just kind of everybody says it the same thing.
They do.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to say, just because I've got.
That's okay. We're not hearing you. I'm not a nature, I don't nature. I don't nature.
Okay.
Don't.
Yeah.
If we're later.
Bye, Mark.
That's what you're saying.
Already go for the schools.
Yes, he charges a lot for his consultation. So it's all free.
I thought some.
Yeah.
What I did was hello. I took the commissioner report and because we have the ability to staff people that run our commission. I thought it would be a good idea to do that,
If it
especially
regulates
related
what
to,
he could sell it to.
public speakers.
Well, it's gonna make it harder for you to sell.
It's gonna
make it harder for him to find a buyer.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because you can pretty much see
Sure.
where I pushed out
It makes it
commissioner report,
harder, but we're not telling you
really
can't sell it.
So my question.
on paragraph 3, just adding that we're in advisory. And what I was gonna propose is, do we want to have a regularly scheduled meeting like commissioners do? Do we want to call them as needed?
Robert and all these other guys that have different jobs.
Right, and we need to figure out like what's the best time for everyone.
Mondays are terrible.
What are thoughts on a regular schedule meeting, like keeping?
I think probably a regularly scheduled meeting is more important.
They are. There is that, and I think that's
Seems
foundational.
more stuff.
Has to do with
Maybe we
money.
don't need that
Yes.
beginning?
I know.
All we need is an agenda item. Have a meeting if we don't have an agenda item.
Well,
Just doesn't make sense to require ourselves to produce an agenda item.
So what is the next thing we're doing? Look at developers?
Well,
I mean, Santa Claus.
I mean, that's.
Can I get strategic
fair
plans?
time.
I'm gonna ask the court. The course, implement change in the section 1 that allow her moratorium. I'm also gonna ask the court to fund implementation of my development district map correspond with the new master thoroughfare plan.
Yeah.
You're gonna need that to figure strategic.
Well.
And maybe hire a planner to help with.
Overregulation.
12 to 18 month process.
I have. One thing that is unified is if you're not in public entity.
But I just want somebody to help them.
Agreement on this one issue.
It's pretty vague right now. And a lot of statute vague into what
Is it issue?
a lot of it's very vague. They're trying to build a house.
Big umbrellas.
A lot of the statutes are just older than
To identify, you're gonna leave something.
Well, it's
Exactly.
like-
So you make.
You know, no, yeah, no one.
But
So
interesting to follow the money.
we're not- we have to
There's-
monitor.
I mean, it makes sense if they would have been ready. I was a little disappointed.
Well, that's another.
That's why we're here talking about
Okay, I didn't want to throw that at you, and I don't think you're search that to see if there is like ghost ownership in some of this land, and I don't know.
Hi, I'm Shannon Wolf, PhD, professor of psychology. I'm going to ask you how you feel about it, you know.
nothing on industrial. We don't even think
I
about
told
it.
you want to change what I
And
was.
we agree to give it-
She's following money.
Well, she did some research.
Yeah.
She
well,
was.
you know, a lot of that depends on when.
I'm about to be Carter's ladder here. Sorry, man. I just keep pushing on it.
Come tell Santa what you want for Christmas.
I didn't understand. She's following money.
Yeah, let's do it.
On sale.
So,
And on the.
so do you want to just, the meeting shall be called, the meeting shall be held at the call of
I have
the
a
chairman
personal stake in all this.
as needed. Do you want to?
Drip, drip, on your phone, the 6 box.
Because I already know it's needed. And
Those are.
Because right now it seems like there's not a lot.
We may want to have more for next week.
Oh,
Right now.
So we're gonna have another. Yeah, so then, yep.
Okay,
Or
just
you
don't
can just
stop.
have a regular board meeting.
Not postpone it.
Well, they get.
Of course not. No, nobody. But see, the thing is,
What is it?
you have to make sure that
The thing about
So
it.
you have all this. Because what it's. That's what they'll have.
I think my meeting once a month, say for once a month. And then this was a situation where we would do
approaches.
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree.
And can they just make example clients?
What is it?
So, you know, here I am.
Oh, they've already done that. They've already done that.
Data centers.
It just needs, yeah.
No, they finished a big.
You're holding on, right? You're not moving. So they're sold to devils. But is money all that counts?
Make them open up. Which one going there?
Since we're trying to.
Well, I'm looking at that one, sure, kids, you say,
It's audience.
in there.
I'm glad you got in.
I
mean, all.
What's that? They're looking for the spot of least, well, I didn't know. I'll be real, I've already thrown a lot of stuff.
You don't need a speaker system. You gotta-
You can look at my stuff on the whole film.
I'll ask you. So.
If we, my only thought there is, it's easier to keep that open than
It was a sailfish, where it's hard to keep.
I'm exhausted.
Four locks.
Yeah, I like it.
More
How
my
does that
rating.
go out?
Keep that open. And feel this, you know.
I don't never knew what it was.
He got it, was that- Yeah. Chris,
Yeah.
That's
probably
I don't
easier.
hear all that. Okay, that's fine. But anyhow, I'm doing it for the future generations.
I don't know, when's our next intergovernmental? Next intergovernmental.
I know everything's
biggest problem. We had a stream over there.
Because. That was my job. I'm protecting you. I'm really.
So I mean, if it's once a month.
So, you know.
I don't know the requirements on that, so that you stream.
I'll determine at least once a month.
I asked her name. Everything's cheap. The reason they're here is we think there's gotta be one in Texas. Texas has.
Was an Irish with Glenn, I think it was 200 years ago.
Well, I don't- Gone to the dogs.
Well, I think it was during the potato famine when they here in Irish were starting so many fights.
What time?
Anyway, nice talk.
Yeah, take care, Brian.
Well.
Late in the afternoon was humanly
So
possible.
that was to forward from endangered to.
I don't even think it would be a terrible idea to have at least some in the evening so that people.
So
can
that-
come.
No, I agree.
Like a 6.
I agree. I mean,
We could have it.
they all have jobs. I have, and I have town clerk duties too.
Someone's real grass.
Honestly, easier. I'll be coming for wedding for me.
Well, I'm.
6 p.m.'s fine for me.
Okay.
Y'all want to do 6 p.m.?
Naturalist meetings in. We got some guys,
What day?
we meet
So we have
in
to-
first Thursday of every month.
I'm gonna check
And
and
it
see
rotates
what,
around
but
the
I'm
chicken. You
thinking,
got something I want,
Like,
I just need
yeah.
to keep fighting.
Wednesday.
I've got something.
I don't want to do Friday night at 6 o'clock.
Just look for real grasses.
That's for natural.
Oh, that's
I can
true.
make- I can make it work
No,
if I'm
I
in
didn't think
attendance.
about that. That is
If it's
true.
once a month, maybe it's not.
You talking about Phyllis Teals? Phyllis Teals? is-
Phyllis Tills and then Phyllis
Thursday,
Wexler
6
also.
o'clock.
Oh, Phyllis Teals is, you know Billy Teals and Phyllis?
Yeah, they look.
Yeah, we'll talk to them.
Okay.
Come to a meeting with them.
Okay.
Cause I'm on that, my wife is too. So talk to the Teals. So we've been doing this since 2012.
So good.
So, you know, it's just a neat way of getting, I kind of got a little upset because my wife was a preschool teacher for kids with disabilities for many years. I'm gonna tell them thank you.
This facility seems to.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
know, it's
That's
just
the-
that someone has to stay here. I was not expecting a big public turnout like this. That's my fault, but, you know, I just figured this was.
I would expect,
But
if
we're
the
gonna-
moratorium doesn't pass, the next meeting could be another blowout.
I expect some pushback if we pick Wednesday at 6 o'clock, so they interfere with people's church.
Yeah, we're gonna do the third, I'm gonna propose the third Thursday. Of the month. It's
Starting in January.
6 p.m. and we'll start that in January, and that'll give us time to go through. And red line, you know, look at the strategic plan. The one thing, well, just kind of a sidebar. If we're gonna present stuff in court on the 27th, we've got to publish a notice by the 10th in the Hood County News, which means I've got to have it by the 5th.
I want to try to do the notice tomorrow or Monday.
Now, Annette did put an agenda item on, for this next court coming up on the,
I was gonna find the right wording. The newspaper notice is not, I can be pretty vague. Hey, the court's gonna vote, public hearing to consider changing the development regs.
and vote on a,
And
and
then
consider a moratorium or something like
I'm
that.
gonna do it in two separate ones, so nobody can say, hey, the development regs will change first. So I'll do two different public notices. Because we want that order, if they vote to do the regulation change, we want that order signed before they even discuss the moratorium.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I took, you can see where I crossed out a bunch of stuff, so I just said, paragraph 4, the Development Commission. The public is invited to attend all meetings of the Development Commission except executive session. Public's participation limited to that of observers.
Are we allowed to have executive sessions?
Yes, we
To
are.
discuss what?
Real estate matters the whole county.
Development Committee,
It needs to be a,
under Government Code 551087, to discuss, let me tell you what it is.
I was gonna
It has
say-
to do with, it has to do with development.
Please, and
pending litigation.
any kind of abatement issues.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
those are the ones that jump out at me that I can remember off the top of my head.
Let me,
During y'all's course of trying to change these regs, I highly recommend y'all try to create an abatement policy, because if they jump the hurdles y'all give them, you at least want some teeth.
I'll tell you the one that I. 551 is versus open meetings.
I only asked that so we can discuss some of the conversation we had briefly about emails and all this other stuff, so that we all
Well, I think
understand.
Commissioner Eagle's gonna try to work on y'all's email.
Yeah, I talked to Commissioner Andrews and said he would discuss it.
Oh, okay, good. That's good. 551.87.
We could make a recommendation, but they can always.
So deliberation regarding economic development negotiations.
We're not economic.
Yeah, we're not economic development.
I think what you're gonna see under,
No, not yet. We're still working. Sorry.
I mean, we exist under subchapter K, and I'm not sure anything under subchapter K is gonna fall under executive session.
Okay.
So I don't think we.
So just leave it open.
At least what I can remember
Okay.
right now. It's been a long time since I looked at it.
I think you're right.
No,
It's
I-
very employee-based, litigation-based, real estate-based, like purchasing real estate
Okay, which
specifically.
we wouldn't have any negotiations about that. Okay, well then I'll take that. I'll make those changes to the agenda and I'll change that out of the rules then that we won't do. I'll take, so let me redline executive session out of there. So I'll take out every reference to executive session out there. Okay, so just public's allowed to participate. Complete the public participation form prior to the agenda item. And then I created that public participation form, which I think is attached.
On the speakers, like 6 members for 5 minutes, for 30 minutes.
So that in commissioners court, if there, we always do 5 minutes each.
Yeah.
And then if there's more than 6, they split.
They can
They
share
split-
time.
They split the
speak as
30
a group.
minutes.
Yeah.
So we allow 6 speakers at 5 minutes, which is 30 minutes. And
My
then
only thought is on this, just
how do you want to,
my thought would be, what if we limit it to 3 and 3?
3 minutes?
Like 3 speakers for and against. Like,
They get for and against an issue?
yeah,
Can we legally do it?
I think we just read it in here. If there's only 2 that want to speak against, good, then we'll save 5 minutes.
Can they, is the public comments only to discuss items on the agenda, or is it a full open public? forum
I would
discussing
prefer-
items?
That we keep it only to agenda items.
Can we limit it though?
Yes, we can. We
I
can.
think we limit it to agenda and have them speak for and against, simply because, like, it would actually, at least to me, bring clarity to have the best speaker speak on an issue, and the people know who they want to speak. Like, they know who the right people are. They know who they want to speak. Let's let them come in and provide the best presentation. When we get people up here that don't even know what they're talking about, like, I tend to zone out real bad.
Yeah, I tend to disagree with you in that I don't think that people are very organized. I think someone decides they want to speak, they're going to speak, and it brings out some poor speakers sometimes and people that maybe are
I said here, man, different.
venting, but I think particularly with this commission, it's important that people feel like they're heard.
If we only allow the 6 speakers total, whether we do 3 and 3, what if you get all 6 bad ones? And that's my point, like, we need to hear from the people who have actual knowledge and put together what they want to say. That's just my thought. And
I think when you start diving into something that we publish, that's a red line, either comp plan or whatever, strategic plan, or we start posting regulation changes for public comment. That's when, like, I think everybody that shows up to these is gonna speak against data centers, like, those are people show up.
Yep.
I mean,
What I experienced today was 90% of those speakers,
They were against.
they were get up there wanting us to do stuff we do not have the power to do, like
Right.
quarries and pipelines. That's a railroad, that's all state railroad commission. We do not regulate it. I mean, the stuff there, air, I mean, we don't regulate the air quality, it's TCQ. I mean, they're asking us to do stuff that's outside of our purview. I'm okay with it being 3 minutes and just
You
like,
want to change it to 3 minutes
because
from
if you
5?
can't tell me what you need to tell me in 3 minutes, you're going on and on. Right? I think, especially, some of our better speakers, they shoot the information out.
Right.
And my question is can we call up speakers? Like if we wanted to hear from the Brazos River Authority or the aquifer, Trinity Aquifer, can we call them into our meeting and have them
We
speak?
can,
to them?
yeah, we
Invite them.
can,
Yeah.
we can invite them.
So I mean,
And same
I
with
feel like
some of
that's who
these
we need to
other-
focus on, is get some of them
Right.
speaking here. I mean, yeah, we still need to hear from the public. I mean, we're all volunteers, that we are,
Yeah, I actually thought about getting someone from the BRA to let them know we were having this meeting because I
Right.
feel like that area along the river.
They want to avoid this topic like a plague.
Yeah.
for one thing, a lot of what they were saying is just total hogwash about the BRA. The BRA will sell their water whoever and whenever they
Highest
choose.
price
I mean,
buyer.
they already have that process totally in place. They're not gonna sell any more water to these people than they would to everybody else.
Well, their water's already spoken.
It is, I was
for
gonna
right
say,
now.
it's already.
Well, that's what I'm
spoken.
saying.
But I did have a conversation a few weeks ago with the BRA, and I forgot to tell you this, but the concern from the BRA, and they are concerned about it, because what they said is they don't know where the straws are going in. So for instance, let me just take City of Granbury, right? So City of Granbury water is predictable, right? They know how much they're gonna use, they know what the growth rate is, but if all of a sudden they have an industrial user tag into it, like a data center, then all of a sudden the water spikes up. What they told me very specifically, Judy Pierce and the North Basin manager, and again, I'm not on the Christmas card list for the BRA, but because I've worked with them before, they were very concerned that all of the data centers are not included in the Brazos G region planning. And I think we need to hear that.
wasn't there the 2040, the Texas 2040 or whatever water too? Parker County is launching that on their master water plan for
Yeah,
surface water and different things like that.
right.
But I think the other part of that too is, water rights go to the person. who-
It's not the BRA's
Right,
business.
so
They control the water in that river.
people can acquire
Yeah.
water rights however they
Yeah.
acquire them.
And he's exactly right. When Sam Moore Shepherd Dam stopped producing electricity, they had to make money somehow, and they sell the water.
Well, it's just like if
Lake Granbury stopped and get a static lake when that.
when
stopped
the
producing
orchard's gone up,
There's a book
is the
on that.
water rights for OIC transferring to the HOA? Or do you need to maintain those water rights and can sell it? So like again, we can't do anything about that, like nothing to do with anything about it. So like, that's why like some of this conversation, that's why I ask the questions I ask, because I want to be clear that like. I don't want to overinflate the subdivision regs and all that other stuff to turn this into the Edwards Aquifer in Austin, Texas. Just not.
I don't think we could do that under subchapter K if we wanted to.
Well, I mean, we could establish regulations and.
Edwards Aquifer is out of bigger local government.
Right, but where I'm going with that, if you look at some of the revisions that Bracewell put in there and talked about water quality treatment. One person I know doing water quality is on that Edwards Aquifer in Texas. And that's why it takes 4.5 years, 5 years to permit a, 20,000 square foot flex space. So, I mean, I would never be in favor of that. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not in favor of, being good stewards and looking at drainage and all the stuff I do every day. Like,
regardless of these, the ordinances in the counties, we have a responsibility as a licensed engineer for protecting the public. So we have to study stuff regardless. Now, if it's reviewed by a city or not, or just put in a file cabinet in case someone asks a question, did you do a downstream assessment or whatever? Like, but we don't ever look at water quality in Texas unless we're down in Austin. So, and then the other part of this, like the county putting in heavier regulatory burdens on wastewater discharge over the TCQ, county can afford. We don't have the resources here at the county to implement those policies. There's period in the story. So, like, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom and everything. I just want people to understand, like, I'm all for working within the power that we have to make sure people are following the rules and we're doing what's best for the community.
And for y'all too that aren't familiar with the laws or how they work, they kept referring to Travis County. Travis County has special, they almost got city powers because they got over 1 million population. We got less than 70,000. We don't even have to write the issue.
Right, and the fire code is like 255 or something.
250. Section 233 of the local government code, right there.
And so like,
Okay.
there's thing, anyway, this is stuff we can
Back to the
discuss,
rules.
right?
So we want to, do we agree to 3 minutes per speaker?
At my own detriment, I think 3 minutes is fine. I don't know that we can cap the number of speakers. Like I
think 3 minutes will help.
3 minutes would help.
Increase the quality.
And we can ask at the beginning, we want to hear from all of you. If you hear a lot of statements you made that you're going to make, please come up and you can reiterate those. We would appreciate your comments to be expedient.
Yeah,
if
maybe
possible.
a louder alarm when it goes off.
I can, yeah.
Or an alarm where they go.
And that's
so
so
it-
like Commissioner's Court, we can't ask them questions. So they're just speaking to us and we listen. Unless I say something wrong, then the Commissioner's Court can call them out or say something, correct them, but.
I just don't think there's any need to.
Okay.
So, do we want to limit the maximum time to 30 minutes per agenda item?
I'd say 30 minutes period.
So that's going to be the big issue. If we have
That would
6
be
o'clock.
10 speakers.
If we have a 6 o'clock meeting and we have a room full of 40 people with 3 minutes, it's math's hard for me, 2 hours. Math is hard for me. It's about 2 hours, maybe it's 3 hours, but either way, like we're gonna be
10
dragging
minutes?
into an 11 PM exit and, staff's got to stay on to keep it unlocked. And so again, it is what it is. I would hope that with the amount of people that show up today and that, made their comments and their voices heard, that we won't have to have the same comments every meeting as
Every
we're
time.
working to revise the regulations, and
CA
implementing
require
regulations to help give some
Like
guidelines. for
they have
this
to have
stuff.
security.
Now, when we publish regulation
I don't
stuff, I
think
fully
it's
expect there to be a lot of
Huh?
comments and
We
input
don't
on
have
it. And maybe
security.
that's where
We're
we
talking
say,
Office of Court
because we
Administration, they
are
run that building.
opening stuff, because we publish comments and stuff for review, we understand there are more speakers
Right.
and we have extended the time. We ask if y'all did the same thing to, something like that. We can extend it for a special meeting or something. I don't know.
But on that regard.
I would be
That
open
would
just to
be-
piggyback on him, because I thought this the other day, like maybe we do a meeting where we let them come in and just let them
Yeah,
present.
this is a commenting meeting, no,
Yeah, like
no action
come in
taking.
and please present. Like
Well,
we
like-
want to hear from everybody, come in and present.
Well,
please.
typically in a strategic plan or a comp plan, there are a series of public meetings where the community comes and you talk over boards with the consultant. And Wheeler does that, and a lot of consultants that do master, planning. And
I was gonna say, think of the master planning when they would go into the hotel
Yep.
down there by the
And they-
beach and they
they
would just
have
open it
charrettes
up
and-
and they just let everybody go.
and those consultants take all of the stuff in the charrette and try to come up with a general map that
Okay,
somewhat works.
back to the rules.
Okay.
Just want to get through this and then we
Yeah,
can
fine.
do all this other stuff. Do we want to limit the amount of time on a particular agenda item? And the other thing to consider, do we want public comments at the beginning or the end? Originally, I wasn't going to have public comments at this meeting, but Blakely said, no, allow them, but move it to the end. So we could go through some of those things that we needed to get through. So what are we
I think
thinking
let them at the end is a good idea.
at the end?
Yeah.
Okay, is everyone in agreement at that? Comments at the end?
I mean, my only, response to that is if people are showing up at 6 on a Thursday, And they could get in and get out and make their voices heard in a short amount of time. And sit there for
And
time.
if they want to comment on something that I guess we're not voting on anything here. It's a little different than commissioners court where you would want to feel like you had an influence over what decision was about to be made. So from that standpoint, I would lean towards the beginning.
But I think I think we have a designated meeting where it's literally the agenda item is to open public discussion to discuss proposed regulation changes. And that meeting is all for that. So that they don't feel like, oh, if I'm not at a random meeting where they're discussing it, like here is the meeting they're having and we can set that. It might be a special meeting that we'll make on a day where we know people can attend so they can comment on it.
So we're thinking we will draft the regulations like a change that we want, that we think would be good. We will allow the public to come in and comment on it. We may make revisions at that point, but then we take it in its final form, how we have all decided we like it. And then we have to take it to commissioners court, and then they have to have a public hearing, so.
Depending on what the comments are, we may not even have to revise it. We include our proposed regs with the public comments and the commissioners can revise it to include certain or not and make it the vote.
Because that's when they'll have a public hearing and the public can come and comment at that time as well.
Correct.
These are the recommendations that we're making.
Here's some of the feedback for these items in here as you open your public meeting, there may be some revision or we can revise it. I say I don't know who the collective admin is that is doing all these revisions.
Lately,
Are
You're the one who's got those in Word
And that's the other
documents
thing,
on
I
your
want to be
computer,
careful
right?
about Bracewell, like we're asking
his
them to do
document that he
things.
gave
and
us
like,
and
we
we're
don't- like,
gonna need some
we
revisions.
don't have the authority to
Talk
start
Dave about working on
soliciting.
that.
I think the county already has.
They have asked them to look at
Because
the
the first thing you get us to do
but
is
when we
call
start
it an
talking
ordinance.
about them to draft
Sure.
a
Yeah, I know
reporting
what you call
document to
it.
draft this, that's.
If the
Unless
county
they have an
needs to
open hour.
fire them, they
And we don't do order
Let's have an
numbers or
open
anything
hour.
like that. It's just.
And then I gotta,
It's just broad-
I don't have the orders,
broad
I got the
stroke
changes, but
consulting,
I gotta put it in
legal
order
consulting
for
services,
them.
You know, if I'm contracted to do an engineering.
Well, Blakely's already gone through and bled all over a document under summit authority.
Correct. They were charged to review subchapter K and present to the county.
That wasn't subchapter K.
Correct. They went and bled all over the.
Yeah.
Strategic plan.
Comments at the beginning?
But-
Is that what y'all want to do?
I would do them at the end, but I'm pretty cantankerous,
What
so.
do we need to,
I think my opinion is, one, if people are showing up here at 6 PM, they want to say their piece and get out, if possible. And then they also want to feel like they have some influence over what we're discussing.
Keep in mind, you're on an advisory committee, if they really wanna speak to the effect of what you advise, they're gonna go to commissioners. court.
Correct. And that's
Public
just-
hearing,
yeah,
that's what I'm
where I think
saying.
it's more appropriate. That's why they got a perfect.
But I don't, like, what I don't want to happen here, and this is just my 2 cents, like, this body is not to take the heat off the commissioners. Like, we're here to try to give the commissioners something to work with outside of maybe their expertise and to try to remove maybe some step back from their own feelings so that they get a more concrete plan in front of them, because it can be difficult for them to come up with anything sometimes when they're just on the spot. And it's like, if they just want us to be the battering ram to let everybody come in here and speak because they want to speak at a government meeting, like, I don't see how that's very efficient.
Correct. I agree.
They should be speaking with the commissioners. court.
Well, there's nothing they say here that we can act on.
Right. I mean, some people think we passed a moratorium.
well, that's why I clarified. I had to clarify that because I don't want that getting out on Facebook. No, we made a motion to revise regulations.
You can bet it's
to
out on
allow
Facebook.
for-
Grant the authority.
It's already a political position.
Yeah, you can bet it's already out on Facebook. I guess the good thing about having him at the end is if we're doing what we need to do, some people get up there and say thank you, right? So. It
When I was.
Yeah, and some leave.
Yeah, well, then I would say 3 minutes unlimited at the end would probably be
I mean,
a way to.
and there's no reason we can't put one at the beginning, one at the end and say we're opening the first 30 minutes of this meeting to allow up to 10 speakers to speak that have to leave. We will hold additional public comments at the
Like
end.
as we dinner or whatever,
Yeah.
like I
Yeah,
was a
bring-
part of a
bring
group,
dinner.
I was in economic development, and that's actually, I forgot, that's exactly what we did.
That's what.
We would
did it-
open
A
it
lot of
up.
cities do open it.
Oh, in the
Yeah, we would
beginning
open
and end?
it and we would usually they would bring in pizza or whatever. And
Now we're talking.
during that time, they would let them get up and speak while we were eating for the first 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then I forget, that's exactly how we did it.
And then they can get out, and if people want to stay and comment at the end, there's a space for them.
So, okay.
Sounds great.
I kind of.
Well, that way the first in time get to speak. It's like, oh, you
So
really
we
want to
want to
speak?
do
Get here
the
and
first
sign up.
30 minutes as open, or you want to do 15 minutes? You want to do, I mean,
30 minutes allows for 10 speakers. If we were to start at 6, that means we're in business at 6.
6:30. Okay, so we'll
That makes a
do,
lot of sense.
And full.
okay, so.
That's good.
And then
So-
It'll make sure you're
it'll
full.
make it, it'll make it a
And
lot
rushing
easier
to get
for
here
us
on time.
to be strict with the timer going off, say, sorry, your time's up. We have
Okay.
the next speaker, we have a limited time.
I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I didn't.
No,
No, I know.
I thought everybody in here had signed up to
Oh.
speak. That's what I thought.
No, no,
I
no.
really didn't think, like, I thought everyone in here was waiting to speak, and I was like, it'll be midnight if we.
No, I was
Okay,
fine with your
he
point
had
of order.
15 minutes onto his time.
I was fine with
Yeah.
it.
I don't even know him. I literally thought everyone in here wanted to speak, and I was like, oh, we'll never get out of
Well, the
here.
bad thing is he
Okay, and
listens
then
to
we'll
Somerville
do-
County.
Well,
And
it's
then
not-
we'll do open comments at the end. Do we want to limit it to 30 minutes at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I'm less concerned about the end. We're not taking any action. So if anybody has to leave for some reason, they have a limited, they have like, if Matt has to get out because sick kid or somebody's got to get out, well, we're not going to take any action or anything on there. So those that can stay can attend. And
Yes.
That's a pretty good hint.
So you get up and move.
That's how the
There we go.
county
Here we
IT department felt about it.
yeah, my wife is.
That's what I used to do with my relatives. Man, I wanna roll. Trying to go to bed. See you later.
Okay, the other, going down to like D and E, I kind of, you can see where I lined out a bunch of stuff, but I was keeping some stuff in there about decorum. You know, not, berating us as a body, as individual members, demeaning, things like that.
I think it's fine to keep in there, but I don't really care. Like, whether it's to the Suns, I'm not threatening my family or my kids or myself. You can call me whatever you want. It's a public meeting. I volunteer to serve on it.
Okay, I took all the part out about sanctions, we're not doing that, so,
That's sanctioned.
Uh,
Sanctions, Matt, we're gonna vote on it.
6, just, people are expected to conduct themselves, with respect. And then the chairman's the presiding officer of the Development Commission, and I am a fully participating member, voting and everything. Let me see what else.
Do you only vote when there's a tie? Is that how it works?
No, she's.
No, I can vote,
She's
I can vote on everything, but,
Okay.
yeah. We do 5, because, so we
But you
don't end
didn't
up
vote
in
today,
it.
though.
No, I
You did.
did,
Oh,
I
you did?
voted,
Okay.
I voted yay.
Someone not vote?
No, it was a full one.
It was a
Okay,
4-1.
I thought I had 3-1.
Yeah, they said 3. They
Someone
said
said
3-1.
3-1, but
No,
I
that
think-
guy said 3, it was 4-1.
4-1, okay.
Let me see what else. And
I'm
then
all
just
in.
the last part, doing the public participation form, breaking it up to me and then let's see, okay, media and press, I took out a whole bunch of that stuff. I know we had some people here that were live streaming it. And I didn't have a problem with where they were set up or anything like that. What is that? I took out all the sheriff stuff and
If we're in the Justice Center, especially after hours, does the Office of Court Administration require the sheriff to have security there?
Right.
oh, yeah, I think if we are, because I know one time at the historic courthouse, the sheriff had to coach with somebody. So I'd have to get a deputy to be present.
I don't
we
go to
didn't-
my house.
Or Roger. I was gonna say, that's the other good reason to do it.
Put on
here.
the list. I gotta go back out the Raven. Don't move
Keep
out
it
of
in the
there.
EOC.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I
The
think,
county don't control those court buildings. Office of Court Administration does. They set the rules.
Yeah.
right.
The only one thing that our marshal mentioned is if there what are the chances? I don't know.
Yeah.
If there happened to be some type of
Emergency,
county
yeah.
emergency,
Yeah.
clearing out.
If there's an emergency, I think we would all understand.
Yeah.
Would we prefer to keep it here at the EOC? I mean,
I think I've already heard from a bunch of people that they prefer to not be here so they could come, but.
because we have 50 person limit here.
We gotta keep in mind that all of us taxpayers set that sheriff's budget and his salary, so if they're up there working after hours,
That's overtime,
they're drawing comp time and we're paying it.
time and a half, and it's time and a half.
Y'all let us know.
But we're,
I don't know
we
another
do
better
wanna do-
facility. If
we
we
do wanna
gotta,
do
if we
6
have to
o'clock.
broadcast it, we're limited. Are we required to broadcast?
Yeah, live stream.
Do we have to?
I think, they're here or there.
Can they live stream from Brazos? I don't think we have to be in a go building.
President. What about your non-co-op's office? They had a meeting room.
I bet they can live stream too.
Well, but they do it
And they
to,
live
it
stream
goes
to
to
the
the,
county.
it's live streaming to the county's YouTube page. Like directly here is live stream to the YouTube page.
Yeah, I think the first few meetings we have will be highly
Okay, let
attended
me-
and it will die off.
Let me look at,
Well, y'all
I'll
got,
look at the central jury room, I'll look at the historical courthouse, but like I said, live streaming would be an issue there. We wouldn't be able to live stream. The central jury room would be.
Did we
the
get a
best
live
place.
stream count? After this, can IT pull that for us? How
I
many
think
people
so.
watched?
I
Maybe
think so.
that may be relevant. If we're
There's
talking about
probably
80 people or something, then we may not need to worry about it. But
well, I wish we could do a count excluding all these county officers that are watching.
But there's,
Okay,
Because I walked there usually back and seen 2 or 3 of them weren't watching the last one.
so anyway, about media, like I said, I took all of that stuff out, but, I mean, obviously, the media could come in and watch it. I don't know, I took stuff out about, no interviews, nothing, I mean, that's all kind of commissioners' court stuff. I don't know if y'all think that's necessary to have it in here.
well, I mean, I don't think they should be conducting interviews in here.
No, I mean, we wouldn't want anything like that, but
Right.
you want to go ahead and leave something like that in the rules.
I mean, my gut tells me, I don't know if we have to get it in the first set of rules, because it'll
Okay.
be, like, there's probably things we're not even thinking of. Who knows how these meetings go, and then we could adjust that.
Okay.
I would leave it pretty bare bones for now.
I'm, okay,
And then let's see like, oh, this was a problem, so we need to address it so it quits being a
You
problem.
don't make rules for you're not
So-
calling the residents kids.
Yeah,
You don't
I-
make rules for your kids until they start doing stuff. Like,
Yes.
okay, this is a meeting.
Yeah.
so I will make, I'll go ahead and make, clean this up and everything, and it'll have to go to the commissioner's court, but I have time to get it, and it doesn't have to be publicly noticed or anything, so I would have time to get it onto
We're close.
the agenda. We're close, I promise you.
Oh, sir.
You tell me what scotch you want, and it's coming. No.
You don't want to know.
Okay.
Do you at least have in concrete how much time you're gonna allow people so you
Three-
can enforce
three
that
minutes.
next meeting?
3 minutes, and we'll do it at the beginning, and then we'll allow additional comments at the end. Okay, we'll take care of that. So drafting the changes to section 1.
I have to think of how I'm worded, but I'm just gonna put a section 2.0 under that section 1 that. 1.9 is where it ends. I'll have to put a 2.0 and then figure out some kind of wording to allow. For injunctions for any type of unforeseen development that these regulations do not address or something like that.
You could tie it to, just for an expediency, you could tie it to any undefined term. Undefined term, because right now it's undefined in there. That might be the simplest way to like grab onto something that would have enough teeth, say, well, we need a moratorium. We don't even have this defined in our own current regs. We somehow left it out. We gotta have at least time to get that done.
Are we exposed in that? I haven't read through those. I don't know if there's like, because obviously the word industrial is used. Is there some kind of line that says if the definition is not here, then we're bound by like
Attorney will
common
lead us.
use?
Common, yeah, common
Yeah, attorney,
definition.
attorney will lead us up with that in
But I think the biggest exposure is that industrial uses are currently operational and constructed since this was written. I mean,
I have to tell you, I agree with Robert Carter 100%. Y'all gonna buy us a year if we get the moratorium. You couldn't change every one of these regulations in a year. Your only hope is to create a new section like we did for the manufactured housing.
that's what.
Well, then the
that's what
moratorium,
Glenn's Point about just.
the
having
moratorium needs to be 24 month industrial regulation.
I don't think you can do it for 24 months legally.
I don't think they would stand up in court because they typically don't, but what it will give you is enough time to work on.
Yeah.
I mean, but it may not buy you all the time you want.
The other thing is to completely redo these regs, the quote I got last time was $250,000.
Yeah.
And the court's not gonna give you that.
Could we not, so the way the moratorium is currently written, it's 12 months. with an option to extend if we think we need to extend them. And maybe we fight that battle at that point. But it could be that rather than redoing all of the regulations, which sounds like needs to be done, we could do it in phases, and the first phase is just to add
That's just
whatever.
pieces in the.
That was my thought. We actually need a new section, just like we have the manufactured rentals.
That's what
We need a
Glenn-
new section.
That's what Glen, or it can be a standalone.
Well,
that's what I'm saying, like,
It's gotta be like a section 4, because we got section 3 for manufactured housing.
Well, you just add NC industrial regulations and its own standalone.
Because if we do it under section 1, the development permit regulations, now you're tying mom and pop's little
That's
grocery store,
where I'm
restaurant.
going, is
to-
like, we start talking about light
The only way
mitigation.
around that
urban
would
area.
be how you define industrial. Like, I think you could, I think we could work around, if we had to work in a short amount of time, we would have to work around industrial. Add that definition, change it, go into 5.4C and add in what we needed to add there as at least as sort of a.
This is during the moratorium period, you're saying?
This is like during the next month and a half.
Well, the motion was to amend section 1. That was the language.
It was
Right.
to amend section 1 to allow for moratorium with the expectation that if it passes, however that happens,
Yeah.
that it'll allow some time to get some teeth in the regulations to at least have, because I'm still not clear on what permit they have to get. I mean, from the county right now, to go build, they can just go build and not platting. Their water wastewater discharge issue from the state, their PWS is issued from the state,
Which side are we talking about? Where do
any
they-
of them in the county.
Well, it
anything in the
depends
county.
on where they're at on the map. Like I
If
said,
they're, if they're in the water quality district, that's different.
if they're under water quality, they're under 5.4C.
Correct, but if they're not in a water
Which-
quality district, they're.
So do you have this map where all the new locations could be?
I got,
Is it that map?
Yes.
that is what it is.
Is
Right,
it
and that's
map?
kinda
I
where-
kinda
that's
visual
my
it.
whole thing
That
is
was
like-
printed out from a picture I took with
The
that.
only
on the
thing
board
we
on
could
my wall.
use is 5.4C for any kind of short timeframe.
Correct, in the
But
water
the,
quality, and
um,
that's stuff that has been applied for our.
Pacific Coast. See, I was thinking how.
It
how
would be
far
applied
off
to this if we
No,
wrote it.
if, yes, that's what I'm saying, yes, no, if we had industrial language within the
Yeah.
regulations, 100%.
Where's,
They're gonna be set back from the river. pretty
And that
good,
was,
but-
I mean,
How-
obviously
like
you picked
how
up
far
on my
back
point.
from
when-
that's the
Well, in the
secondary.
concept
Three
plan,
days
it's
into
gonna
industrial,
require
but
the
it's-
dimensions
we're gonna
like a
say
site
industrial,
plan.
define it to me.
Okay,
yeah.
that's the secondary.
I was
one.
shocked it wasn't in there. I
So
just,
it no longer exists.
That's why when I was
That's
like,
crazy.
Why?
I'm going
They
to
removed it
definition,
back
I always go to
when-
definitions,
yeah.
and
Can we add it
I
back
could
in?
not believe.
Can.
Well,
They removed
especially
it
when you
back in
read the way
2007,
When you have
5.4C
so many
sits in
other
there, it's so- It's like unique and then they don't define it.
You have so many other uses in there, and that, but that's why this was all written because of septic tanks
Trailers and stuff.
dumping shit into the lake.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think they're 500 feet off the river.
That's not far
Well,
enough.
but it's, well,
half a mile.
they're not, I don't know which site we're talking about. but-
Pacifico.
Oh, Pacifico, yeah, that's the,
Pacifico right now is under 5.4C.
yeah, they're in the water
Agreed.
quality district. Yeah.
Agreed.
They're
Absolutely.
within, yeah, they're within half a mile of the river.
Y'all know the-
They're in the second.
You know where Knox Ranch is right here?
Yeah, I know where Knox is.
Down.
The city of Granbury has annexed a bigger piece of property than they annexed in 2019. Guess who's going there? A data center.
Well, Knox,
How
that's the
many
one
do we
that,
actually have that are trying to come in?
that's one that showed.
3 that I know for sure that I've heard. of.
The EDC
But you've
person
only got
was-
site concept plans for 2.
Is it the one like?
Knox
west of
Ranch,
town?
when you go
I got
out,
one
like
on
you
my
go
email
out,
that I had not opened.
56, like you're
Because
gonna
I
go
don't
to
want
Glen
them to
Rose, you do a
assume
little
it's
S curve, there's like a
accepted.
little bit industrial and then like Rock
Because I
Harbor
don't
or
have the
whatever.
application.
Oh, yeah,
Right
yeah,
before that, all that land in the red.
And then to the right,
Like
Pacifico
south
Land,
of Misty
Southeast.
Meadows and all that, that's
Yeah.
all Knox
You'll
Ranch.
jump to.
That was a master
No,
plan
this is
used
not
by
acceptable.
Century American back
I mean,
before
put
the
that
crash.
stamp on there that this is not
It's
public
septic.
view. I was like,
Yeah, I'm
Accept it.
sorry.
It's 1,000
yeah.
acres,
I
750
said,
acres.
just forget it's on there. I said, all right.
And it's now
Can I
currently in
give
the
it-
city.
Can I give
That's,
it?
it's now
Apparently
public
they
record.
annexed
Can I
it in the
give them
city.
copies of it?
Yeah, I don't see
I already
anyone.
have it.
Our,
I know you
our
were on the-
jurisdiction would end at all city limits.
100%.
So
Like,
let's
if you-
figure out, let's do
Well,
our,
that's another question I had.
Let's-
If a company like that sends in a document to a, like a water district, is that, open record? Can you get? I don't know about the water, districts. I
I
don't work
don't
with
know
water.
that private water providers.
Are you precinct 1? So when we're talking about selfish, we're talking about you. Kind
The
of.
selfish property is about,
2,500 acres.
yeah, but it's like 4 miles north of my house, something like
I
that.
think you have that.
It's north of your house?
Sorry, math, sorry, south of my house.
Okay, I'm like.
Sorry, I'm just
You
like,
live in
I'm
Somerville,
thinking
too.
I'm thinking about sitting out on my front porch, and that way,
Yeah,
just south.
Okay.
I used to try to
Pacific
say
goes 900 acres roughly.
north, south, east, west with my wife, but she was like, stop saying that. I'm like, okay.
I tell you what I don't like about Pacifico is I want to put a road through there.
Well, there's something in the concept plan that talks
Well,
about getting TxDOT.
Yeah, but
giving
the
a
state,
TxDOT road.
the state in the 2022 legislature is where they had passed, you can't have a right of way taking without an already funded road, which is why the bond was important.
Well,
But
the
they
master
couldn't get the
thoroughfare
bond.
plan law says that I cannot even make them preserve the right of way unless I've had an environmental study done.
I thought it said you had to have funding for the road construction.
I had to
It had
have
be on
environmental
18
approval is what it said.
Okay.
Okay,
I know.
speaking of the master thoroughfare plan, I mentioned that it was adopted last March by the commissioner.
Mhm.
The big one that TNP did, the March one, the one
Hasn't it
that's
been
online.
revised since then though?
So can we just, do we need a motion to incorporate that into the?
No.
No, that just goes in there, but I need to update.
It is the plan. It's just gonna go in there.
I need,
Okay.
I need to update that map. And it needs to be based on our master thoroughfare plan. map.
Correct, because the
Was it a huge
thoroughfares.
change?
Yes.
Master thoroughfare, yeah.
But didn't y'all, didn't there
More
been
or
amendments
less.
to what was approved in March?
We
Yeah.
took some.
It's like some
I
in,
thought they
some
took the
out.
Archer Court Bridge and all that off there.
No. That's
Well,
top priority.
Craig thinks it's off there.
That's top priority.
Craig was
This
upset
one,
that it was off
this
there.
one where they're showing a road going across the top of the dam, that's gone because that would never happen.
Yeah.
Just stuff like that.
Yeah, these broad brush strokes on NTPs are.
Was there another, but this used to
Well,
be.
it was
the
probably
bridge.
pretty accurate
The other
at one
bridges on the
time.
lake.
That one wasn't, that one was done when, I mean, forever ago.
There's one on there across the lake that's very long term because that would be the most expensive bridge in this county. So widest stretch of the road that comes from where the old electric plant used to be over at Fall Creek. This used to be the master thoroughfare plan and it had development district maps on it. So I need to take the master thoroughfare plan and put the development districts on it.
It's wide and it's still miserable.
Okay,
It's gonna give
I
everyone
didn't give you money.
you're gonna work on that?
Well,
Okay, so let's figure out what we're gonna, so, and the most immediate thing is we've got to get the language that we want in section 1 to be able to do the moratorium. So,
Let's say we do that tomorrow.
I'll try to report court. I can send a public notice in tomorrow.
What is this, Glenn?
well, these are the two components.
So
And then we'll each,
these, for clarity, they're the big red stamp. across
It's-
there.
They
no.
put that on there,
sorry,
not applicable.
yeah,
I thought I wasn't gonna accept it because that was on there. And they said, well, forget it's on there.
yeah, it's public.
Okay,
They can't-
I'm just asking
We're
a
in an
question. I
open
see it
meeting.
in big red and it helps.
Um,
So
You're gonna work on that language and we can, review it, same with the rules, I can send that.
How are we gonna review it? They don't meet again for another month. They don't meet again for another
No,
month.
but we can email.
Well,
Oh,
Robert
okay,
and I
let's
want
talk
that
about
done.
emails.
We need Dave, I can think, we need Dave and Kevin to push.
Kevin wants it, they'll do it.
Kevin told me he wanted it.
Yeah, if
'cause
Kevin
I
wants it, they'll
brought
do
this
it.
up.
They
To
want
do
it,
the
they won't do
email?
it. So maybe we're 50-50.
Okay. To set up a county email for y'all,
Correct.
okay.
Well, it's
It's only
only
right. I
right
mean,
for retention for y'all.
There's no sense in opening their personal life up over record.
No, I agree, but like I said, I talked to Steve about it and he came back and said, no, but we'll
For
we'll
clarity,
bring it to
that's
the
something
commissioners
better
and get it done.
Resign.
I already took it to the commissioners.
Thank you.
I said, that's wrong.
Thank you. So we'll do that. And then we each individually review the strategic plan. The old one, the original strategic plan is in your binder. So,
I think I have a.
And then there's obviously the red line version that I gave you.
Back to your strategic plan. The reason why I need the master thoroughfare plan updated with the development districts to be a Hood County Development District map with the master thoroughfare plan on it. Because your strategic plan is going to be based on that. And you can't read this.
But can't, okay, but can't TNP?
You could add,
TNP has a file. Can't you ask them to do an offset for the corridors on it and reissue?
That's what I'm gonna ask them. Hopefully it's in my budget.
It should be free.
Yeah.
Nothing free.
It's 10 minutes to offset it and send it back to you.
I think you could add the moratorium under 1.2H.
1.2H.
Yeah.
So
So
the
you had some
extensions
subs.
under the purpose,
purpose.
add the language there, like kind of do a two-part. 1.2H, when to recommend a moratorium to safeguard the county when development plans are sort of incomplete.
I'm
Or
not an
when
attorney, but
new
under the purpose of
development that is
subchapter
not-
K, that's just your reasoning for the powers they give us. Is that not the case on that?
But it's new development that's not been contemplated in the regulations.
Correct. That's what I'm thinking. You could maybe put it right there. Or at least add the language that this group could do that.
1.2H.
Yeah, which would make it easier to slide it under.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, how do we kind of make it make sense?
What's gonna make,
But the purpose is usually
Well,
your
and if you
reason
look at over
for the
it,
powers.
if you look at 1.5H, it talks about the commissioner's court special responsibility in 231 subchapter K for overseeing protection of water sources.
but there are no,
Findings are your purpose.
there are no guidelines for what is protecting waters. I mean, there's a lot of things in the regulation that be written and addressed, especially, and you gotta remember, if you're writing a strategic plan, you need to come up with a regulation to achieve. Really, the regulation has to achieve the intent of the strategic plan, not like the word and verse or whatever your words come up, it's to achieve the intent of the strategic plan. So you don't necessarily have to address everything you put in the strategic plan or regulation, but that's the whole point, is the intent of the strategic. So I just don't know how. I don't know how you facilitate a water quality standard.
1.7D. That's a jump.
1.7.
I looked at all my stuff.
Any development permit application that was released from the moratorium established by the county in September 27, 1999. So we've already been here.
Yeah,
Go.
they did the moratorium when they were creating this.
Good.
But they did the
That gives us all
moratorium,
the.
but they did the moratorium under the guise of the,
Subchapter K was
The new
passed.
statute.
correct, under the guise of the data, because the lake was polluted with the high level fecal coliform counts and all that other stuff. So like, and that's kind of where I'm saying, like, if the intent is for the commissioner's court to place a temporary moratorium, then but a moratorium has to be defined on the reason for the moratorium and the duration of the moratorium. And I guess whatever at the end of what lifts the moratorium or extends the moratorium or whatever. So like in my head, that feels like the way it should be written, but not an attorney, I just.
My
Like,
thought is, we already got it here in that they've done it in the past. So if they've done it once, they can do it again. And who knows what happened? They probably had to lift it at some point under pressure, but they did it.
They had to lift it after they developed it.
The strategic plan, yeah.
which I guess goes.
There's
to the
no
point that
difference in what we're trying to do
undefined-
now.
There's undefined.
It actually
industrial
stood up in
use.
court. There's a development called Treaty Oaks out there in Membrana.
Come under H and then come under
Treaty Oaks?
definitions.
Aren't they trying to build that right now again?
Well, they got prosecuted for working when there was a moratorium, when they got beat in court.
Well, there were people kicking that can around 6, 7 years ago. I thought someone bought it to build out the rest of Treaty Oaks.
All right,
That was after a lot.
so
And Brian was another one. It's like
Well, the problem with what they want to do in the back part of that is it's gonna be more than 75 lots because they got water and sewer and they don't have a
Correct.
second access point.
but then there's a ton of topography there. It's a challenge.
some of the things that, when I had talked to Blakely last week, because I had emailed her about a moratorium. And some of the things she suggested, buffers around housing areas require certain setbacks, limit building size, which you said we could do that footprint, but we can't limit the height.
We can't limit buffers.
Put in buffers from like going residential to like commercial to heavy commercial to industrial.
You could if you did an abatement, can't do it any other way.
Limit development along the waterfront, no building over a certain limit in a water district. What about the time limits on approval? Where were we in that 30-day constraint?
Well, the way these concept plans are after the 15 days and then the next court, 15 days after, you're right there.
So can we change that regulation? We shouldn't have.
No, that's a
it.
state.
We can't
30
change
days
law.
off our
It
state.
is, okay.
2000.
Lighting limitations, noise restriction, protection of wildlife,
Clinton County has a little more deal than this,
dark sky
but we
initiative,
don't control aesthetics.
require filtration on the water.
What about the fact that it allows us to create districts? And then,
We can't control land use.
say again,
You're talking about districts and your tone is like it's regarding to zoning. We cannot control land use.
but we do make reference to like multifamily and
And the water quality.
yeah.
So why can't we
That's
make it
based on-
all?
That's
water
based on
quality
sewer
district?
usage.
In our, inside of the districts that we've already delineated, under subchapter K, there are things we can regulate.
That's what I was
From a
thinking.
development standpoint. It's,
Can't-
it's not zoning.
But you can't do a carte blanche regulation on building square foot across all districts within the county, because then you're gonna end up in the
No,
same
no, no,
stuff.
but if we went into our water quality districts
within the
and
water
did it,
quality district.
I mean, that's what subchapter K gives us the authority to do.
Right.
Yeah, but can't we also redefine what those districts are? We can make them bigger.
Yes, we can. She
That's
said
what
we-
Blakely was trying to hint at.
She said we could do that. We can,
You better be prepared to tie that to something.
Well, if
leaving
you
that-
make them,
But this way, there's gonna be a lot of mad people.
all this goes
That's
to
illegal.
everybody. This affects everyone that lives in Hood County, not just data centers, everything we do here. Because we can't selectively persecute or prevent a specific use intentionally, which is why you're like, well, we'll do exceptions. So you have a record of giving everybody else an exception, but a data center, well, then you just set a case setup, like. So everything we do in here has to be applied equally to anybody coming in here. So
Unless you write a new section.
it's one thing for a data center to do water quality studies, downstream assessments, all these things, light mitigation, all this other stuff. But, Joe Blow's roping arena wanting to go in. Like, are you making him do? a
There's no
lighting
airport,
plan?
no observatory, so we can't control the light.
well, we can't control light, we can't do dark sky controls.
Unless you're within so many feet of a
You could.
Air Force
provide
Base or
economic incentives to
observatory.
put that stuff in an economic incentive agreement, which is why the economic advisory board was.
So section K is gonna be pretty thin, I think, on light. I mean, it's gonna be hard.
Those are abatement
Water and
conditions.
wastewater regulations. So
Subchapter K, I don't know. Blakely could tell us, I don't know if you're getting there under subchapter K with light. I mean, sound maybe, but light, I don't think you're getting.
It's so heavily written for really wastewater, but water and wastewater.
Here's some stuff you could throw in there under abatement issues. Wildlife plan includes light, sound, air pollution mitigation.
I think we're a long way from abatement in this group.
Right,
I just,
but some of the things we can't do legally, you can do with abatement policy.
Oh, I need to brush up on what that means, because some I haven't ran into.
So they want a tax break.
Correct, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's an economic incentive, like a tax abatement, correct, and it's a.
It's kind of like asking for a
It's like
variance.
360
Once somebody asks for a variance, we got unlimited powers.
Correct, yeah, that's why the water quality district went from the RV parks and other use in the district, that's how they got built. They went above and beyond as part of that agreement for the special use permit variance, whatever they got. And they connected to,
Peace, it says
matter
public
whatever.
safety and peace. And what I was
Oh.
telling her about is that this, when they did this, they said this area, this is for the benefit of the entire state. It's not just Hood County.
This right here, the purpose,
Yeah, for the entire
that's the
state.
justification for granting these powers.
those are the powers. It's like. I just think getting to light specifically, when I looked at it, I was like, okay, we do light, we do sound. It
You
feels
think it would be a
really-
stretch?
It feels really thin. Unlike water, which is an absolute hammer, because
the
that's
entire-
specifically what's talked about.
And the entire
And
county
waste-
is a
and waste.
watershed. The entire county is
the
watershed.
entire state, the entire world's a watershed. I mean, I don't mean to be
All
dismissive,
water
but
flows to the
all
ocean.
water goes downhill. So, I mean, like,
And other stuff. too.
correct,
driveway.
right, so like.
The only place that's not a watershed is the moon.
And so like, I don't mean that so flippantly, but like, I think if you want to write a regulation with any teeth, it has to revolve around wastewater, water quality. And things like that that are tangible, not morals, not peace, because those are all subjective. And we may all agree on the same morals, we probably do, but. That doesn't mean the next person, the Commissioner's Court will or anything, so like, you need something that's more. I don't know. Correct, like it's more literal, more like analytical, I don't know what you're gonna say, but, and I think there's plenty of arguments that on water alone, separate of even wastewater, because they're gonna do a wastewater treatment plant, it's gonna go through the state. They're gonna treat all their processed water. There's no PFAS regulations, PFAS is a huge issue right now,
Yes.
and I don't know if they have something that's, these PSCs, PFAS, whatever, but
The county has we did a resolution last year on the PFAS chemicals.
That was for that
Right.
fertilizer.
Yeah.
Well, the treatment level for PFAS is 0. And it's unattainable. I mean, I think PCL for it is like 0. But like, I mean, if you look at, I mean, if y'all really want to go down the rabbit hole, we could look at what they did with the Foskey River, what Tier did with Foskey River. I mean, they gutted Stephenville though. That's why Stephenville doesn't have a dairy in it right now. And it's the only thing making it survive is Charlton.
There used to be a lot of dairies here.
Yeah, there's not one now.
Too much runoff and manure.
Too much runoff, fertilizer and crap, and it was Foskey that went to Lake Whitecaps. So, I mean, there's ways to do it in that.
That happened in Goblin too, because Goblin used to have a lot.
Did it?
No, I'm asking.
Oh,
No,
I
that's-
don't know.
That's just land prices.
Yeah,
Land prices.
Land prices did
Yeah,
that.
there's
to go
always-
with it.
There used to be a lot of milk cows around.
Yeah.
No,
I know there's a lot of houses.
No, they won state a few times and everything became a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Steveville can't even survive that.
And then Alito stole their coach, so they quit winning state. I thought they just won state.
Godly didn't, Steveville did, because they
Yeah.
dropped back to 4A.
That's not godly.
But that's, they were 5A, they dropped to 4A, I mean, that.
Back when Alito started winning, they still got these coaches.
So are we in agreement where we're gonna ask for section 1 to be amended, or we're just gonna kind of read through it and decide if we want to add an extra paragraph somewhere? Or
It would be easier to add it like under one of those subsections to a subsection, 1.H or whatever. Or you do 1.10 at the very end, but it would make more sense to put it up.
Just for my adding the paper, I was gonna say it's gonna be amended. Section 1. I'm not gonna say what subsection.
And it's just, yes, it's the commissioners give the authority in writing, although they do have precedents, because I guess they did it back in the 90s. So, man, I don't remember any of that happening. Carpenter House, well, I guess all that stuff was platted though. They were just building houses.
And well, everybody enjoy your light reading as we develop the strategic plan.
Light reading. My point about moratoriums is they're a tax increase, so we need to be site specific on the moratorium wording. And not residential development, because when you cut off, if you know anything about economic supply and demand, when you cut down the supply and demand's up, prices go up. So they can keep lowering your taxes, but your values keep going up, your taxes are still going up.
Well, I mean, I think that it's just gonna be, what's gonna end up happening is people are just gonna annex into the city.
Are we gonna be able to?
They're gonna
have
say, I
any
don't
kind
care
of
about your moratorium, I'm just going to the
impact
city and
on
develop
Pacific
more.
Coast Sailfish with putting in a moratorium?
Oh, yeah, it's just a concept
You
plan.
some of these remote
Okay.
areas, they don't have
So I
contingent.
just don't want to do
property
this and
with
not be able to.
the city.
It's like I told you, I'm a
But that
concept. plan,
doesn't
we're
mean
saying,
they
yeah,
can't annex in.
conceptually you could
because
do it, but when we get to
Frisco-
the site development plan, that's a
There
different
are a lot of
story.
these
We got
cities
more
that
rules.
had donuts. with
So
annexation.
this is not a permit to do.
I don't know how they did it. I think
I
they
don't-
did it down,
You can't do that anymore.
they did it down a road, is how they used to.
And I think that would.
You can't do that
hold
anymore.
up
That's-
more.
They
There's
changed
nothing
that
in the
like 2
site,
years
the
ago.
concept
That was
plan
leaf
that
22.
relates
Yeah.
to this.
Okay, well, that's good.
It's
So now you have to be contiguous
sentence was
and
in there
vote.
that said that
And you
concept plan's got to
you
be for the
can
first one.
unvote.
It's not even involved
if you're
in the concept
contiguous.
plan. That's for subdivisions.
What I
must
haven't
have heard
figured out
about
yet is why
the
someone
meeting,
hasn't
got that thing in
sued
yesterday.
a CCN yet.
Well,
Like a
the
city
one that-
CCN that refused, if you're in their CCN, but
No,
not
they
in city
actually-
limits,
Yeah.
and they
When
refuse
it
to
started
serve
cutting
you
this,
unless
we
you
had to
annex
know what
in,
accepted
but
it.
you've already committed to the state that
2
you're
weeks
gonna
ago.
provide utilities to them.
I put them on for 2 weeks.
Yeah, there actually has been some in
I was
Tarrant
actually-
County.
I was
and
driving down
Where they actually
the road
had,
and saw
They
him
have
walking
got
this car.
basically got released.
Well, they have to.
Are we ready
release
to
it. They can't
adjourn?
hold the CCN.
Yeah.
Are we adjourning? All right, it's 7:05. This
We're on the
meeting
table.
is adjourned.
Now, here's my take on Pacifico and Sailfish. They had no fire. The guy was right to develop it. There's one trying to go in that's got the biggest engineering firms in the state, but I didn't know they worked for the private sector working on it. They got AECom and half.
Oh, AECom works for the state. Half Breeze is the only one that doesn't work for private.
Which one is that?
Breeze
Oh,
markets. they
in
don't do
your,
private.
in those binders, y'all, is local
Half
government
and
code
AECOM's one of the biggest
171.
private
It
ones.
has to do, that's what deals with
So
conflict
AECom
of
gets right out
interest.
by Parkwood?
Like,
I don't think
you know,
AECom is AECom,
one of
but
us
AECOM.
deals with a company that may end up coming in
AECOM's
front of the
public
commission or something, you know what I
Come
mean?
on,
Just
they
read through
pop up, I'm like, y'all talking to
It's on
big
the
dogs.
inside flap.
Who's the engineer on the Lake Hotel stuff?
You're welcome.
Or
Thank
where
you.
did it sit?
Thank
I don't know
you.
if they're getting sued. They said.
Or they are, but.
Who do you feel like supposed to have?
Yeah, but
Who do you feel like supposed to have?
Yeah.
You were saying someone was more ahead, but I didn't make
Oh, I
out what you
think,
said.
Uh-huh.
because, you know, like Civico and Sailfish I think they're just.
They're fishing.
They need solar.
Yeah, they're fishing.
Trying to get it done.
They don't even have power. They got power, so.
Just read
They
through
get
that,
dogs
and
in
see,
the-
and see.
Well, they've already signed a contract for like $3.6 billion. They bought the power bill on the years, like it's.
No, exactly. No,
They
I
own the
understand.
electricity.
Yeah, it kind of lays it out in there, just about.
There was 20 attorneys on
Uh-huh,
that
it was,
Zoom
there was
meeting.
no
Said it
issue.
was no issue, but I just, I want to make that.
Because we're
known.
mostly focusing on, not so much residential, it's
industrial.
it's industrial, now, so.
So that's.
Has to be solar.
Yeah, we don't want to lose you, you just
One
got
thing
to.
It's the national, sorry about the 5 minute. Bathroom break.
Oh, no, no, no. We need that.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I just need to stand up.
I didn't know how many schools we've had.
Kind of rubber band.
And, yeah, it'd be good.
No, I do that in commission
Thursday.
support, I'm just like,
Okay. So I got a little bit of a cough
To go
today and I
back.
started drinking a ton of water. And, I was like, I'm not gonna make it through another speaker.
All that wind kicked up that cedar.
And I did not want to be the one to walk out.
Thank you, Christine.
you're welcome, thank you all very
Y'all have a
much.
good evening.
Thank
Yeah,
y'all.
I guess let us
Nice to meet
know
you.
on the emails.
Yeah.
Or I'll check it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, y'all, thank you.
No, I hadn't been back out to my truck since I got back from the structure fire.
Man, nice camera.
Jeff, what was that fire, and I heard there was a fire in De Cordova,
Structure fire.
a house, did it just burn completely down?
Didn't burn completely down. The fire department did an outstanding job and made an incredible stop. It saved 3/4 of the structure. To the point where the adjuster that was already there on the scene came out and said that they believe that the house will be rebuilt.
Awesome.
So they basically contained it to the garage and the area directly above the kitchen.
That's good. That's good.
And so- Well, we've kind of,
Okay, then here's another sign-up sheet of people that we.
Yeah, I got one lady, she was on that one and didn't do it for me, but she got to speak, so, okay, thank you, I'm just gonna, I'll organize all this.
I figured we could just give it all. to
so
you.
that lady, after I came in and was gonna give you the list and you have to have this thing signed out,
Yeah.
I went out there
Yeah.
and hollered her name probably 5 times. Walked up and down the front of the building, hollering her name. Couldn't ever find her. Had people in the crowd yelling her name when they heard me call her.
Wow.
And she never answered. So I'm like,
You did your due diligence. All right, we're gonna look at another location. I mean, I guess we'll try to do Central Ferry Roof. So we don't end up, because it looks like we're gonna set our meetings for like 6 PM. Oh. And I don't want to have, I know you don't want to require anybody to hang around.
well, so here are some of the benefits with the central jury room. Because this is a hot topic item, it would be very good if we had people screened at the door,
If we would have people what,
screened at the door.
screened at the door.
Yes.
And we have metal detectors at the central.
Oh, you mean for that purpose, for security purposes?
Yes.
Okay,
Because the first one of these we had in here. One of the guys that was here, I think from Sailfish or whatever,
oh, Ryan Hughes, yeah.
he'd already actively had death threats made against
I
him.
heard that on Facebook and stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
And so he is in the room. As well as 78 other people that have just walked through the door without any security check whatsoever.
Okay,
Because I'd asked Nanette, I'm like, could you please wait until I get there? Before you start letting people in the door, so we can
Yeah.
at least frisk them with a hand wand. And by the time I got here, the room was already more than half full.
yeah, I remember you had to get people to leave again.
Yes.
Good to kill the live stream.
Hmm?
Good to kill it.
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thanks, Josh. I'm sorry y'all had to stay late.
You're welcome.
And so the benefit of using the central jury room is you have people walking through a metal detector. And we have security on site. Here I don't have that.
Okay. Now, if we do them at 6 o'clock in the central jury room, I'll have to get the sheriff's department to have a deputy there. And everything.
If nothing else, at least to screen as they come in until whatever time. Whether or not you choose to have security stay or whatever, that's something we can work out. But the other downside is, I mean,